Hallo.
Yeah, let's start with a little game actually with a Mentimeter. You find the link on screen, I think. So once it appears, just fill it out and state what are you expecting from the event today. 3 words max, very short. I would like to welcome you to Between Countries. perspectives on the mental health of Syrian refugees in Germany and Turkey, a 2-day event organized by the Turkish Red Crescent and the German Red Cross. Welcome to everyone participating in the Zoom call, and of course also to everyone who is following us through the live stream on YouTube. So the first expectations are there. Interesting exchange, very big, okay. Information, awareness raising, let's see. We'll go back to it at the end of today's session and see how your expectations have been met or changed and what you've taken from the event. So first of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. And then let's move on with some technicalities. As multiple languages will be spoken by panelists, please use the English channel for interpretation or deactivate and listen to the original one. All participants will be muted as a standard, but we'll have multiple Q&As just ask questions in the chat. The chat won't be published, so just put all questions there. And for questions in person, you can indicate that with a little star in the chat, so we can activate your microphone. Because the audio needs to be permitted by the host. Do we have anything else here? No. So then let me introduce myself. My name is Leo Wigger. I'm an editor at Zenit, one of Germany's leading media platforms on the extended Middle East. Zenit was initially founded by students of the Islamic Studies department at the University of Hamburg in the 1990s already, and has grown from there. I joined a little later than that, of course, as I'm a bit younger. But I'm also a fellow at the Berlin-based think tank Candid Foundation, and I'm delighted to lead you through the 2.5 days ahead of us as your host. Having followed the unfolding conflict in Syria for the past 10 years and knowing many Syrians myself, and just before the International Mental Health Day, I believe, I'm really looking forward to hear your stories about what really impacts mental well-being and after fleeing humanitarian crisis and slowly settling in a new environment. During the course of the next 2 days, we'll cover a broad range of subjects, from the mental toll of conflict, the experience of having to flee one's home, and that of arriving in a new country, with all the practical, cultural, and emotional challenges this entails, to the crucial questions of what kinds of mental health support actually work for those who might need it. As the Syrian crisis has had its 10th anniversary in March, it has resulted in the displacement of millions of people. I mean, roughly 4 million refugees in Turkey, roughly 850,000 in Germany. So these two countries host the two single largest communities of Syrian refugees. Many refugees have, despite many hardships that we aim to explore in more detail, started to rebuild new lives in their adopted countries. The German Red Cross and the Turkish Red Crescent have worked together in the field of mental health support in the mental health units of Turkish community centers, mostly. Is the sound working? Please, if there are any other issues, just comment. The German Red Cross and the Turkish Red Crescent have mostly work together in the mental health units of the Turkish community centers. We will we'll find out more about that later. And today's event is also supported by the German Federal Foreign Office. So let's look into the program of the next couple of days. First of all, why this event today? We want to create a forum for discussion in a sensitive and respectful way. This is to bring participants in direct contact with experts of various kinds, be it professional, be it by personal experience, and so on, to reflect, discuss, and exchange views and experiences. It's to pay tribute to all the people who agreed to share their stories. Thank you for that. We want to listen to your stories, and in any ways, in case we experience technical difficulties or any other issue, one very important thing, because there are many people involved, be kind to each other, and let's listen carefully and help each other in case something goes south. So I'd like to give you a brief breakdown of what we have planned for the upcoming day and also the second day. As you can see here, basically the general idea is to look into the mental effects of the situation of Syrian refugees, including the most common diagnoses and crucial aspects of the therapeutic setting on day one. So that's basically what you see here. We start with a joint session where we look at the mental effects of the Syrian crisis and of becoming a refugee. And then we have a presentation on the three most common diagnoses: anxiety disorder, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder. See how they're interlinked and how they affect life. And after that, we have a longer Q&A, so all of your questions can be addressed, I hope. Don't be confused with the two time zones. I mean, one is for Germany and one is for Turkey, as indicated. And we then have a break of 15 minutes and continue with a video tour of a Turkish Red Crescent community center, followed by a Q&A with someone from a community center. I mentioned them already, so there we can find out what they're about. And then we'll have a number of different breakout sessions for 1 hour, basically. You are registered for one. That's the breakout session for 1 hour. I'll get into detail of the different breakout sessions in a moment. And then afterwards we have a concluding joint session with reflection on the breakout sessions, on shifting issues treated in therapy, and kind of move to this crucial moment of arrival and non-arrival and what implications that has for mental health. And then let's look into the breakout sessions for today. So we have the role of interpreters, a holistic approach of the community centers run by the Turkish Red Crescent, and an introduction. This one is the only one that will be live streamed, because with all the breakout sessions, we only have one at each time that will be streamed in the live stream. So that's the one if you're following on YouTube. Then how to create a safe space for therapy is another one, the risk of secondary traumatization. And then we have 2 sessions of individual stories. There's one thing that I would like to note here, because the 2 breakout sessions are very similar, but most of the people who signed up for them signed up for the first one. So we have a much smaller number in the second one. So just please, once you joined, please figure out that the numbers are a bit more even. That would be highly appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, and then let's look into day 2. Can we see day 2? Perfect. Yeah, so on tomorrow we'll start again, with welcome and a recap of day 1. Then we'll have joint session with a panel discussion followed by a Q&A on the living situation of Syrian refugees in Germany and Turkey. And we'll have a break and then various breakout sessions. Show them afterwards. And again, there will be only one that will be live streamed. And then we'll have another break and we have a joint session, reflection on the breakout sessions and a panel discussion on impactful connectors between the actual needs and the existing mental health services in the 2 countries, followed, of course, by a conclusion and a farewell. So, maybe we can have a short look at the breakout sessions for tomorrow. So female perspectives, the legal situation, the impact of the COVID pandemic, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the one that will be on the live stream. And is there any such thing as one Syrian community in Germany and Turkey? Another very interesting breakout session, but that one will not be on the live stream. So we have to sign up for that one. I think here the turnout seems to be quite equal so far, so we don't have to redistribute you here. That's it when we look at the program. So now I would like to hand over to Rushen Çetinkaya, actually, who's the deputy coordinator at the Turkish Red Crescent, for a few introductory remarks. It seems that Mr. Çetinkaya is not here yet. So let's start with the German side then. Marc-André Souvenir, if you are here already.
Yes. So
the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Of course, also a warm welcome to everyone from our side. A 10-year anniversary is, of course, not something that normally we would celebrate. An event where we would look back at what we have achieved and where we would be curious about what will come in the future. A 10-year anniversary of the crisis in Syria, however, that is no such event. And yet today, on behalf of the host of this Between Countries event, what we want to celebrate is each and every one of you. When we started together with our friends at Turkish Red Crescent to plan Between Countries, we had absolutely no idea how much traction, how much positive energy, and how much humanity we would be able to mobilize here. We had no idea how many people would agree to open up hidden corners of their lives, of their personal history, and of their souls, so that we could all benefit from their experience. Good ones, bad ones. We had no idea that so many of you not only wanted to hear what some humanitarian organizations had to say, but you would answer our call to this event to actively engage in mutual exchange. I think this justifies being grateful and to indeed celebrate. A few days ago, German Chancellor Angela Merkel gave a remarkable speech on October 3rd. On German national holiday, we commemorate the peaceful unification of two countries in 1989. On this date, many people lost their home country and lost their lives as they knew it, even without moving or fleeing the place. She described how many West German narratives made it look like lives of East Germans only really started after this unification, that their lives before that were nothing more than a burden, debt freight, or even ballast. She made a point that this is a blatant misperception, that biographies are not anything that can be ripped apart, partly ignored, or even cleared. Many of you in this virtual meeting room, I'm sure, know exactly what she meant. What we can influence, however, is how those memories define us and what influence they have over time on our mental state. That it is Red Cross and Red Crescent societies hosting an event like this is no coincidence. Through our volunteers, we know exactly about the power that lies with communities. We know about their strength, about their resilience. Our movement actually lives off the fact that individuals do not only care about themselves and their families, but also about their neighbors, about their communities. Volunteers, people with all kinds of biographies, people like you and me, guided by our fundamental principles, have enabled us to be the largest humanitarian movement on this planet. Between countries will, I hope, invite you all to open up, to share, and to engage. It won't be on Syria, nor will it be on Syrians. It will be individual people from Syria sharing parts of their very personal journey and their current reality. That you're here today makes us very proud and thankful indeed. For both the German Red Cross and for the Turkish Kizilay, today is an occasion to celebrate. For the past decade, we have been supporting people who had to flee their homes in Syria. To see you here, active, engaged, that means a lot to us. That means a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I think Mr. Chitinkaya is ready. Yes. Okay, let's wait for a little bit.
Hello?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Super. Sorry, but I think some of the problems also happened. Sorry, now I am in the car and need to arrive at the airport to go to Kreuz and the border of the Turkey and Syrian side. And sorry for this also, because just I'm trying to manage my times as just I'm the operational manager for community centers. Again, I'm so sorry for this. Just
Mr. Chitinkaya, can you speak a little louder, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
How is now? Is it good now?
Slightly better.
Yeah. Sorry, just I'm trying to do my best because I'm in the car and trying to arrive at the airport to go the borderline for the Syria and Turkey. Just I'm trying to manage my time. Sorry for this also. As you know, Turkey is the point of the people who are very vulnerable and coming from Syrian side, and in Turkey is also need some of the humanitarian assistance. And Turkey, as Turkish Red Crescent, we are trying to do our best with our stakeholders. For example, German Red Cross. And together we are facilitating the people living in the Turkey via our psychosocial support and psychiatric services. And now for these services also, we need all times the international and national supporting by anywhere. German Red Cross also have some of the operations in many countries and provided the humanitarian assistance for all vulnerable groups. And Turkish Red Crescent also have a big operations in Turkey. You know also around 4 million people living in there and in cities and urban areas as all times needing the humanitarian assistance. And this is a very huge situation for us and the issues for us. We are all times have a negotiation and discussion with our stakeholders to increase our services for these people. And many times we need the international and national partnership with the government institutions, because it is a kind of, it is a, sometimes related allowing and official permission to provide the migration services in anywhere also, like Turkey is also have some of the guides and the regulations, and sometimes need the big operations in Turkey. Also, Turkish Red Crescent all times trying to do the best with the IFRC, International Federation, and Red Crescent, Red Crescent. And today and these 2 days also, our team also will contribute anything related to our psychosocial support and psychiatric services, how we manage, how we facilitate, how we provide, and how we reach the people, and affecting of the people, the situation of the affecting of the people also we will just submit our sites. And today, just I want to keep it very short, because the event is very huge also. The schedule is very huge, so you need to start early. Again, thank you very much. Sorry, just my name is Rushan Çetin. I am deputy coordinator. Again, it's now I'm late. I'm just manage all the community centers in the 20 cities, and all these cities very far, so far between them also. And now I will go to the Hatay community centers with the team, and we will manage our Turkish side and a little bit the Syrian side also, because daily some of the cases coming from the Syrian side, and we need the response, and our responsibility is very huge for this also. Again, for this, and I need to close my speech, and I will follow on the zones also. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining in, Mr. Çetinkaya. Well, I think, yeah, we have time maybe for a quick 3-minute break until we start with our first session. But yeah, please be back here on time. One minute only, I guess. Okay, but yeah, let's wait for a little bit.
Okay, ich kann anfangen.
Bist du?
Ich bin dran.
Okay, well, welcome back. Let's start now with the first session. And we'll start with a presentation on an introduction to the mental health effects of the Syrian crisis on Syrian refugees. Sümeyye, the floor is yours.
Herkese merhaba. Benim adım Sümeyye. Türk Kızılay Gaziantep Toplum Merkezi'nde klinik psikolog olarak görev yapıyorum. Öncelikle bugün bu konferansın bir parçası olduğum için ve aynı zamanda danışanlarımın izniyle danışanlarımdan bir şeyler paylaşacağım için hem çok mutlu hem de çok heyecanlı olduğumu ifade etmek istiyorum. Bunu ilerleyen zamanlarda da bayağı belli edeceğim. Gaziantep hakkında şöyle küçük bir bilgi verebilirim. Gaziantep Türkiye'de en çok mülteci barındıran ikinci şehir.
Neredeyse Gaziantep has about 500,000 refugees, and it's second in place in terms of the number of refugees after Istanbul, and it also has a border with Syria. So we meet the migrants every day on a daily basis. And then we also have the chance to work with the refugees who have been accustomed to their new country. And we can see the difference between the newcomers and the one who have been here for a while. Now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the challenges that cause some mental disorders. And I'd like to start with a picture that one of my clients has drawn. And I'll share it with you, and then I'll ask you to analyze it for half a minute or maybe for a minute. Let's see. Could I share the screen? Okay, good. Now this is a child. And I'd like to share with you another picture too. Could you please show the other picture? Now for half a minute, I'll ask you to ponder upon this. Could you please think a little bit on this picture? Look at the colors, they're faded away. It's under the dark clouds. The water has receded. The earth is darker. And from such a region, there's a movement into an area where the trees are green, waters flow, and you have the clouds and the blue sky. So there's a lot of hope in here and a huge reality, isn't there? Yes, at the place of arrival, there are some signs of life, no longer the dark clouds, but there's nothing, no institution of health, no institution of education. It's an empty world. So the people who arrive here will have started from scratch, won't they? Even though the sky might be blue, they'll have to set up a civilization, a life, thinking of what they had to leave behind, right? It's quite a harsh condition. Now, thinking of the Syrians who come to Turkey, I'd like to talk specifically about these people and then make it more general. Okay. Now, these people might have some commonalities with the Turkish people. but still there are a lot of differences as well. So the migrants who come here might be exposed to a cultural shock. So from Maslow's pyramid, they enter into a new world and they're like from the fourth layer, fall right down onto the very first layer, back to the basics. So when they arrive, they have to first meet their primary needs, the very basic needs, what is essential only. And then they go through a culture shock of some sort. And with that culture shock, there is an alienation process that starts. They feel alienated because everything is different. The people, the culture, everything is different. And this feeling of alienation also is internalized, and they feel alienated towards themselves too. And this is often followed by a feeling of solitude. They feel lonely because all they can take with themselves is only a couple of belongings that they had with them, and not even that. And, you know, they have this it's not like they have this longing for a better life. It's some sort of a forced movement. And there's this huge feeling of loneliness because this feeling of void, this feeling of emptiness inside prevails in their lives. It continues. And there's a big longing for what was left behind. And after a while, for the migrants, longing for something becomes a part of their personality. And it's like unresolved grief too. With many of my clients, when they arrive, it's really like, yes, there was once such a country. There was once such a culture. It's like my clients are talking to me about their home countries and trying to prove to myself and to themselves that it all was real. And of course, they're no longer the same person they used to be. They change. And this is why there might be an identity crash as well, or a collusion of who they are. Like someone said to me when I was in Syria, I was a merchant and I used to come to Turkey for trade purposes. I was a respected man and I was respected back in Syria as well. But now, when I'm even going from one city to another, I have to ask for permission, he said. And now I ask myself, said this client, am I someone in need or am I the same merchant that I used to be back then? So this is the identity clash that I was talking about. Or for a child, you know, am I still the successful child that I used to be? Or am I someone who doesn't even speak the language at school anymore? That's what we hear quite often. Now, when parents come to Turkey from Syria, they can't have a hold of things, and it's usually their children who parent themselves, or the child parents his or her parents, which causes another clash within the family. Well, they no longer have a society that they belong to, so they deal with this feeling of rootlessness, of being uprooted, and they do not feel rooted anywhere anymore because they do not have an extended family to rely on, and they do not have a community to rely on either. Now, you know, I said that there are some commonalities between the values in the Syrian and the Turkish culture, but there are huge differences as well. I mean, some Syrians, when they come to Turkey, they may also have problems about not knowing what to think about different values. And sometimes they find themselves in a position where they have to look down upon their own values. Like girls, for example, a very small example. Girls going out alone. This is an ordinary thing and no problem at all in Turkey. But in Syria, girls cannot go out on their own. So in Turkey, this is not that sort of a meaningful value as such. But then the families will say, well, our children have changed a lot and they're able to now leave on their own, leave home on their own, and they no longer know our own values. And then there's also the change of the mother tongue as well, which gives them a feeling of being despised or looked down upon. And then they also feel like everyone else is a threat to themselves. So they need to feel safe, and they may be too suspicious of everything, overly suspicious. And of course, psychosis and neurosis are the two problems that we often encounter. And they already arrived to Turkey with a huge fear and angst of loss. And this is why this fear of loss might be acted out too much, which may turn into rage or fury. So we sometimes have such families who are so tightly connected and they're so afraid of losing themselves that they pose a threat to each other, and in time they start causing each other some rage. Or they make
Jens,
each other angry.
bei mir stand gerade, Interpreter
And then
Jens
another
Jaspert ist
point.
jetzt der Co-Host.
Of course, there's this feeling of guilt because they had to leave.
Oh,
My
interessant, ne?
neighbors are still there, my family members are still there, and here I am, safe, and there they are, amidst the war. So with that comes a feeling of guilt. For example, I believe that someone has gotten used to being in Turkey, but when they go back for the Eid, for the celebrations, and then they come back again to Turkey, and they feel the sense of guilt once again, because they are reminded of what their family members are dealing with. Then another point is that the migrants, and specifically Syrians, have this feeling of resentment because it's a decade now, and going back is no longer a reality. So they may feel resentful about that. And then the sense of hope for the future. Well, of course, I can't tell you that I can't say that they have a lot of hopes regarding the future. The new generation kind of does, because they started the university now and they're trying to do their best to serve their community, etc. But still there is a huge population that is not so hopeful about the future. Well, my friends will tell you more about it, but we ourselves might feel hopeless from time to time too. I mean, we're there to support them psychologically, but they still have their essential needs unmet. So in such a world, how can we improve their mental health is a big question, of course. It's quite tough. Now, this is what I can tell you about the adults.
So thank you, Sumit.
The Syrian crisis.
I think let's take a break here and come back to the second part later in the Q&As, if that's okay for you.
Just one point. I'd like to show you another picture, if that's okay, for 2 minutes. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, sure. 2 minutes.
because I want to show you about the influence or the effect of the situation on the child. Now, this is from the 23rd of April celebration, drawn by a Syrian child about the International Children's Day celebrated in Turkey. The rainbow stops at some point. There are tents on the other side, and you see the name of the patient, and they have written themselves right on the line that divides the two pages. So this person's identity is also, she feels, or they feel quite divided themselves. Now, this is a very telling picture, I believe. Now, not only Turkish children, it says Turkish children are happy to fly, but Syrian children are afraid to fly, which means dying. That's what I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sümeyye. Just remind me again, you are working in Kocaeli, right? In a community center, or in which city? Okay. I did not hear, but I take this as a yes.
Maybe she can't. No. Well, I am working at the city of Gaziantep. At the Syrian border.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Well, I think regarding the translation, just a little technical note. So, as mentioned before, we have, interpretation into English here. So, available. So just choose that. Or if you were to alternatively listen to the original sound of the speaker, then you can just choose the language of the speaker. I think that's basically take it if you don't use the English channel, then this will automatically occur. So now let's continue with 25 minutes of Selim Takti. Selim will speak in German, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have 15 minutes Q&A afterwards. So you can all, and we can come back to Sümeyye then. Thank you. Selim.
Vielen Dank, Leo.
Thanks, Leo.
Es freut mich sehr, hier teilnehmen zu dürfen.
Delighted to participate in this conference.
Ich muss mal kurz...
Just trying to settle a technical issue.
Yes.
Well, thanks to Sümeyye for her very interesting talk and the imagery revealing how an individual fleeing from one country to another, hoping for a new life, may deal with it, and that the conditions in the target country are not as expected. I'm Selim Takti. I'm a certified psychologist and psychotherapist for Red Cross in the psychosocial center in Ibach, in the first access point where refugees get to in our area and find accommodation after having escaped their home country. And in our center, refugees apply for asylum. They get accommodation, they get some benefits, food, money, access to the health system. And my task is mainly to provide psychotherapist treatment to refugees and also counseling. We do work closely with the authorities for foreign citizens, job centers, social welfare office, lawyers, hospitals. And before getting to the individual diagnoses, I would like to describe what mood people are when they get here and what the issues are they are facing when arriving in Germany. I would first of all highlight the so-called post-migration stress factors that are involved in entering a new country, having escaped one. It is important to be aware of them because psychotherapy cannot be commenced should these stress factors still be available. So post-migration stress factors like insecurities in terms of residence or the fear of being pulled out of the country, the fear of being expulsed, life in insecurity, and had become clear that the longer asylum procedures take, the more the possibility is to fall into a mental disorder, and contact to authorities like social welfare office, foreigners office, or the hearing at the Central Refugee Authority can stress refugees enormously. It may also be difficult to search a job and to live in financial insecurity, to be discriminated against, or getting together with one's family. So these are all concerns also about maybe the family you may have left home. And what adds on are conditions of life in asylums, because living conditions are very narrow. People don't have private spheres, and they have quite a high level of noise that makes people suffer from time to time and even worsen the situation. And my activity, as well as one of my colleagues, involves minimizing stress factors before starting psychotherapy. And the resident status helps refugees to integrate in society, to work, to have social security and health insurance. So these are the basic factors that protect people from post-traumatic disorders and give people a condition and a perspective for their life. And this is why it is so important to do away with these factors first before starting with psychotherapy. Many refugees are suffering from severe trauma disorder, and they've experienced more than one trauma in their lives. And they have suffered from a lot of threats like murder, being persecuted, or sexualized violence, which is part of everyday life for refugees. And they come up with or lead to major insecurity. So if people have been mistreated, harassed, have suffered from war, torture, trauma comprises several events and incidents that have been repeated, that have accumulated, and have had a continuous effect. This also involves violence against others, having witnessed violence against others. Incidents of violence are called man-made disasters, and there is a difference made between one-off trauma of type 1 and continuous trauma of type 2. And type 1 trauma is applicable if trauma was generated by a timely limited incident, coined by one of sudden or accidental situations, like in a car accidents where people almost died or have become victim of raping or any criminal offense. And type 2 trauma are more man-made trauma, focusing on humiliating, the other individual or to even destroy his or her personality with torture and things like that. And they are, of course, much more difficult to deal with, and they shock people's trust into themselves and others, and all these inhumane experiences before escape and afterwards avoid integrating into society regularly, because even if trauma has objectively been in the past, many individuals are reviving them over and over again. But it's not only their own trauma that they feel. They are also frightened of their family being attacked, and all this makes it very difficult for people to psychologically and physically arrive. So refugees have experienced war and loss, and they are escaping a danger, and they always had to function as a personality. So to go from A to B, to protect themselves, to protect others, finding food, finding water on their flight route. They had to be very attentive. That means their brain, their mind was always focusing on functioning, and could never afford to really deal psychologically with these events. And having arrived somewhere, for example, in Germany, finally having a roof over their protective roof over their heads, having food, meaning having accommodation, and finally they feel secure. This is the moment, like after a storm, there is kind of a vacuum and emptiness, and there is no kind of normal that you can get used to. Because as from this time, the whole thing that has been experienced comes up again, and mind takes time to get to come to terms with it, concerning everything that you have experienced and lost. And this is why psychotherapy is such an important factor for stabilizing refugees' personalities. People who have experienced trauma may react quite differently on this psychic stress. So there may be the reaction of developing different kinds of post-traumatic disorders, which may be different clinical diagnoses like PTBS, depressive disorder, dissociative disorders, anxiety disorders, borderline addiction, form disorders. Sometimes there are even several trauma at the same time and overlap. I won't, in concrete terms, list all the symptoms because you can find them on the internet. That's easy. The diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is always called as the diagnosis to describe refugee suffering by the media and politicians. And the refugee must have been subject to catastrophes in his or her personal life that restricts or overwhelms the capacity of coping with it and leads to deep despair. So to be diagnosed that way, there are clearly defined symptoms like symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. So if people have repetitive memories going back to their trauma, they may go into insomnia, they wake up from nightmares, full in sweat, and due to anxiety, they withdraw from their surroundings And from time to time, they even lose control on themselves and their feelings, like feelings of insecurity, doubt, permanent threat, loss of self-worth, and weakness that can occur frequently. So their perspective to the world changes in that case. People think in that situation that, or perceive the world as chaotic and hard to understand. The sense of life gets lost, and there are more feelings of helplessness, of being dependent on others. The probability that a traumatic incident is perceived as quite high by the people impacted of a post-traumatic stress disorder. And it is also characteristic for this disorder that unexpected, intensive re-experiencing of images or film-like scenery or nightmares, but also odors or feelings that we call flashbacks. And during the traumatic situation, the experienced feelings could not be digested, could not be coped with. And in many cases, a post-coping is carried out in a situation when the body relieves, let's say, when dreaming, when falling asleep, when waking up, and also during daytime, flashbacks can occur. Also by so-called triggers or key situations that make people think of this traumatic situation. And sometimes they are not consciously connected to the traumatizing situation. For example, I have a Syrian patient who was traveling in his car, and at a red light, someone hit his car, of course, unintentionally, and the other driver got off the car and said sorry and automatically called the police so that everything can be set up in order and traffic can be settled as it should be. And in Germany, it's quite a normal thing to do. And the patient, having known that police will come, started to tremble, to get into a situation of anxiety, stuttering. And when the police arrived, he couldn't talk, he couldn't even make a statement, and was rigid and very tense. Police tried to talk to him, to calm him, telling him that they're only trying to help him, but he was just not perceiving these things. So they had to call emergency for him to calm down. And these flashbacks generate unexpected, extreme dissociation and anxiety. Dissociation means separation or dissolution, which makes a person feel powerless and feeling that the traumatizing experience will have to come up again. And people tend to say it feels like being in fog, or I lose my head. Physically I'm here, but my mind moves somewhere else. I just I'm not myself. My body does what it wants to do. It seems that somewhat the personality has withdrawn, looks to the vacuum, doesn't react to others. And after having been triggered, this may happen. And in trauma therapy, when working with my patients to explain things, I use the image of a wardrobe usually. So while the patient is traumatized, memory like clothes are left in some chaos and just pulled in a wardrobe. You can't even close the door. And if it's just slightly touched with this trigger, everything falls out and clothes fall off. So these are the so-called flashbacks. And this is how I explain them to my patients. And a standard action would be to put all the clothes back as soon as possible back into the wardrobe, but this will lead to the fact that memory will still remain chaotic and the door can never close. And with the slightest movement, it will open again. And in trauma therapy, we try to little by little put clothes out of the wardrobe, have a look at them carefully, fold them carefully, and put them to a selected place afterwards to little by little get order and structure into the wardrobe. This helps to somehow structure memories and cope with them, to put them to a separate place, and they can be found if the individual wants to find and retrieve them, but they will never fall off unexpectedly. And behavior of patients also shows a continuously increased stress and tension level. They usually expect new threats and their body gets into a mode of continuous attentiveness and connected nervousness, and people have sleeping disorders that increase the increased stimulus triggers that also lead to a high preparedness to get into conflict or rage and anger, and concentration capacities are usually lowered, which makes it difficult for these people to go to a language class, to spend a day in class, to structure and memorize ideas, individuals, locations that make them think of the traumatic incident are avoided. So they avoid all the stimulus, and some withdraw from everything. They get isolated. Others avoid to be on their own or to get rest, and they try to distract themselves in order to avoid memories with respect to the traumatic situation. And quite frequently, we have the so-called sensation dumbness. It seems that they don't have any feelings, or they experience their own sensations as unreal, and they come to an emotional withdrawal. They're no longer, they disalienate themselves from their family. And for people looking from the outside, it seems as if the individual cannot be emotionally moved by anything. And then there is another big area of disorder, that's depression, that comes into force here as well. So mere depression, as far as I can say, is hard to see, or to detect, but it's always supplement. So the typical symptoms of depression, according to DSM, are of course lowered mood, apatheticness, lack of energy, inner nervousness, tiredness, exhaustion, sleeping disorders, lack of concentration, and so on and so forth. Pessimistic future perspective, lowered appetite, as well as thoughts about death, up to suicidal intentions and reasons of depressive symptoms may be traumatic experience as well as lack of perspective or solution of problems and having no possibility to cope with grief and pain, in particular with individuals who had to leave their country of origin, and they can occur when arriving in their country, their target country, and depression symptoms may vary. So some people seem to be very sad and are sad, and some others talk about a headache, and others are continuously tired.
That they're always tired, and the depressions are not being detected by people from outside. Depression can also be in the background and could only be used as a mechanism of defense by an anxiety disorders. So the anxiety is there not to fall into depression. So now we come to the anxiety disorders. Anxiety disorders is a group of different psychological disorders which have all a same common, that anxiety is lived in a way much too strong than according to the situation, which is pragmatically not being explainable. One speaks about an illness-provoking or sickness-provoking anxiety if the anxiety is always popping up during the daily life, everyday life, if the emotional life and everyday life are being controlled by this anxiety. So the lived anxiety is being a very strong emotion, which is a permanent background, a control over this kind of anxiety feelings is not possible. Should an anxiety disorder not being treated, then this anxiety will take over control. Situations and locations which will provoke anxiety will be when one tries to avoid. People with an anxiety disorder are isolating themselves more and more, retreating from civil society, go and stick into their own apartment. They are suffering of the anxieties, and they are also suffering of these symptoms, and they have a lack of self-confidence, and they have the feeling of being exposed to something very threatening. There are three levels or components of anxiety which one can discern. First of all, one has the cognitive emotional level, everything which is linked to thinking and which is happening in one's head. As, for example, I cannot control anything, or I am totally exposed. One is at mercy, and one has a very high level of attention and a very high expectation. One is anticipating dangerous or risky situations. And then there is, secondly, the physiological or physical level. One speaks about chronic over emotionalism. One is shaking, one has nausea, one has wet hands and loose knees. And the third level is the behavior level. So the tendency to avoid certain situations, and the need to escape. A lot of refugees have this made due to existential situations which are made during the escape or in their home. I have an example for that. I had a Yazid Syrian patient and patients, Yazid Syrian patient, which could flee from being imprisoned by the by IS, and while escaping on the escape route to Germany, she had death anxieties. The restricted room in the airplane made her think and re-triggered the situation of being put into very, very narrow spaces and the humiliation she had to live and to be back into that horrible situation she had to endure when she was under control of the IS people. And this anxiety then developed into a kind of phobia of narrow spaces when she was in Germany. And the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorders, be depression or anxiety, is absolutely indispensable not to make them a chronic disease. Psychotherapy as in PTSD situations is the first choice treatment. Medication treatment is as a unique treatment, not really useful. It can be used to reduce problems of sleeping or to reduce tension moments, but it cannot replace psychotherapy.
Selim,
psychotherapy?
Can I ask you to come to an end, please, as we're running out of time. And I would like to... All right, 2 minutes.
Psychotherapy in a situation of PTSD has 3 phases. First of all, what is the stabilization, and then is the trauma treatment, and then the psychosocial reintegration. The therapy should aim at granting them highest possible self-control, not to be submitted to situations of external control. In practice, even in psychotherapy, not everything can be treated in a final way. Some basic elements like torture or torture can be so humiliating that even time cannot resolve this. And for certain people, certain situations will always trigger certain of these experiences in a way that they will be deeply hurt and deeply affected. As a last point, psychotherapy with traumatized individuals can be compared to taking care of a wound. They will always have a scare, but it will be cleaned, it will be healed, but it still has a scare. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
So much. To you, Selim, as well, for your very, very insightful and informative presentation. Can you just, there's one little thing, can you just please explain very quickly what DSM means? Because you mentioned that. I'm not sure if everyone is aware of that. And then I would directly start with the first question from the audience. DSM, just.
Yes, DSM, please. DSM is the groupment of all diseases. That's the Bible of psychotherapy and psychology. Here you will find as a catalog of all different disorders with the symptoms. DSM is a catalog regrouping all diseases and their symptoms.
Thank you. Well, then let's start with the first question from the audience. Unfortunately, I cannot see them right now. Well, then, okay, I cannot access the chat, but okay, anyways, then I have one other question for you. Sumaya, how does the geographical aspect play in there? That, Selim is working in Germany while you're working in Gaziantep, which is in very, very close vicinity to Syria. In what way does that affect the mental effects compared in a comparative sense to Germany?
Okay, I'll continue in Turkish. Now, the situation is not the same in Germany and in Turkey. Their primary needs are not being met in Turkey. Now the borders are closed, so they either flee through illegal means or they come because of an emergency. So these people are already quite afraid to be sent back to their countries of origin. And their needs, primary needs, have not been met yet. So we do not work on trauma with them when they're here because the threat is still there. The danger is still valid. So first of all, we make sure that their primary needs are met. And at our community center, we have a protection program. And after their essential needs are met, then can we work on the fears, for example.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to Inga Mattes from the German Red Cross.
Yeah, like we advocate for it's funding for psychosocial centers because we believe that refugees and migrants have went through really difficult situations and they need the psychosocial support. But we often get the questions from politicians who say, okay, but why do we need this? Like, come on, there aren't that many refugees anymore. And I think they also believe, okay, we have so many therapists in Germany, and like, why do we need this psychosocial support? Like, and do you think, like, for us, it's so like obvious why we need it, but it's sometimes difficult to explain. And like, do you think this is like maybe like that what you're doing, that this could be done by like I feel it's really difficult, different from I'm sorry, I'm a bit confusing, but do you think why is it important? Like, do you have any ideas how we can convince or advocate why it is so important that we have people like you, and like that they can't be the therapy that there might be from like ordinary psychologists might not be sufficient? Do you understand my point? I'm sorry, I'm a bit confusing.
All clear?
The question is for me or for Selim?
For both. I think you might face the same stereotypes or the same criticism from politicians or officials. That's what I assume. Like, why do we need these special centers?
Sumaya, do you want to start, and then Selim can add something briefly?
Tamam.
Well, I couldn't understand one thing. Do you mean that there is a prejudice from the local people, or the migrants or the refugees themselves, or the politicians? So if it is the politicians you're referring to, then I mean, these are collaborative tasks anyway. For example, in the province of Gaziantep, the municipality or institutions are supportive of such centers. They are aware that we need these centers, so they support us. But of course, from time to time, we do see some prejudice from the local people, like why do you offer such services to the refugees? But then we have a social cohesion program that is doing its best to convince the local community and the newcomers. Did that answer your question?
Selim?
Selim?
Okay, Inga, are you?
No, thank you. And thank you for bringing up this point of like the stereotypes from local society. This is also an interesting factor.
So, Selim, do you have anything to add there? I will probably, as we're running out of time, if that's fine for everyone, we can maybe give ourselves 5 more minutes. One question also to you, Selim, is there some manual or recommendations to self-care for patients on how to deal with anxiety attacks?
Yes, of course. Ja, klar, natürlich.
Yes, of course.
Also ich würde gerne, wenn es geht, würde ich gerne meine E-Mail durchgeben, dann kann ich auch
give you my email address, so whoever.
Ich muss hier mal kurz.
I have to look into my files. So I would like to give you my email, and then I would maybe suggest to whoever is interested what kind of manuals, what kind of books exist. So please send me a mail, and I will then give you the list of manuals and other papers.
Okay. One more question. Many people choose not to seek psychosocial help, even though they clearly would benefit, in particular young men. So what strategies do you have to entice such people to find help, and what alternatives are there to professional help? And how can you get such people to find non-professional support, for example, ex-soldiers? Sümeyye?
Well, here's what I can say. At the beginning, psychosocial help was an embarrassing thing that was quite widespread. But then there were some trainings offered, videos, and a lot of work done, which helped us get rid of this sort of prejudice. For example, in Turkey, we have a hotline or some links that offer psychosocial help. In the past, the clients were usually women, but now we have more and more men. However, you can't help someone unless they want your help, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that won't be helping them either. So they should first be asking for support for you to support them. But we are trying to get rid of the prejudice. Non-professional support. We haven't worked on that. We usually focused on the psychosocial help as professionals in Turkey, speaking of Turkey.
Thank you. Any more questions? If not, I would like to conclude the first session. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Sümeyye. Thank you, Selim. And thank you for the very interesting questions. Let's reconvene in 15 minutes with the video presentation of what the community centers are all about. We've heard a lot about them now, so I'm really looking forward to find out more about them. Thank you. See you in 15 minutes. the community centers in Turkey by the Turkish Red Crescent. There's also a close cooperation between the German Red Cross and the Turkish Red Crescent there, but only in the mental health units. So I'm very happy that we have a video now ready, which is 12, 13 minutes, produced by Elif Erkek, whom I see here already. Thank you so much for producing this video. And this will be followed by a Q&A. Just a couple of technical things. So as in the session before, you can just ask your questions in the chat. And if you want to ask them in person, just indicate that with a star. Another reminder, the participants' language here is English. So that's it from my side. And Q&A will be with Dr. Ahmed Yasser, who I've seen here already as well before. But let's look at the video now. Thank you.
Merhaba, ben Gülden, sosyal çalışmacıyım. Merkezimize gelen danışanlarımızla görüşmeler gerçekleştirerek onları doğru hizmete yönlendiriyoruz.
Merhaba, merkezimizde 0-18 yaş grubu çocukların zihinsel, din, sosyal ve duygusal gelişimlerini değerlendirip bunlara yönelik çalışmalar yürütüyoruz.
متطوعة في مركز الاجتماعي للهلال الأحمر التركي. Merhaba, ben Gülden, sosyal çalışmacıyım. Merkezimize gelen danışanlarımızla görüşmeler gerçekleştirerek onları doğru hizmete yönlendiriyoruz.
Merhaba, merkezimizde 0-18 yaş grubu çocukların zihinsel, dil, sosyal ve duygusal gelişimlerini değerlendirip bunlara yönelik çalışmalar yürütüyoruz.
يمنية متطوعة في مركز الاجتماعي للهلال الأحمر التركي.
ben Gülden, sosyal çalışmacıyım. Merkezimize gelen danışanlarımızla görüşmeler gerçekleştirerek onları doğru hizmete yönlendiriyoruz.
Merhaba, merkezimizde 0-18 yaş grubu çocukların zihinsel, dil, sosyal ve duygusal gelişimlerini değerlendirip bunlara yönelik çalışmalar yürütüyoruz.
Thank you. The incoming patients or clients, our mental health approach is based on biosocial model. Yes, we are working on the biological and the psychological part, but if we are not addressing the social aspect, something is missing, always missing. And to address the social issues is only possible with the contribution of the protection units and the harmonization units. The harmonization unit is organizing events, workshops, and also socioeconomic strengthening unit is opening courses. All these are contributing to the social empowerment of the individuals, and we are observing the psychological repercussions, especially in depression, in other diseases. Sometimes we are opening group therapy sessions, and they're really helpful. The more we resolve their protection and social problems, the better well-being we can cater to them.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned the social protection units as well. Can you explain that idea a bit more in detail?
We have a protection program. In our protection program, we are providing various services, most important of which is the legal support to ID obtaining process. Some people might have problems related to accessing medical treatment. We are trying to obtain them. We are giving information, seminars, and sometimes there are some individuals have their other relatives in other countries. So we are doing our best to get them connected with the other members of the family. Also, we are doing some other social visit and similar programs. The protection unit is the unit which is generally giving the support to access to basic rights and services, because many of the people who are coming to us don't know what their rights and services are, and there is also a language barrier at stake. Another good thing the protection unit is doing is schooling. They are determining the children who are not attending school, and they are referring them to school, and also they are combating domestic violence. They are giving seminars and trainings with this issue. Also, they are following the family, and if it's necessary, they are visiting the household to support this work. They are working with lawyers. They are giving also legal information to the clients, how to file a suit, how to go to the courthouse, and so on and so forth. All these are being covered in a detailed manner. Also, work permits, disabled rights, marriage, divorces in Turkey. You know, in their culture, they have a religious matrimony, and we have an official matrimony. This is also covered. Temporary protection, international protection, all these topics are the issues which are not very well known among them. So they are given information about how to apply for an international protection, how to apply for, how to obtain the temporary protection. One of the most important things is, as I already said, the family reunion. For example, there might be a child here and the parents abroad. We are working on bringing them together. We are speaking on this. We are doing research for the lost people. Sometimes a parent comes to us to find his or her child. For example, saying that lastly, I have seen him or her in Syria, and where is sure he is now. Even if necessary, we are forging video and message connection between different family members. They are doing a very nice job in this regard. As a part of the protection, these are the main things and works which we are carrying out. If you will, I can also speak about the subsistence, means of subsistence.
Yes, or maybe hold this question for a little while, because we have one question from David from the audience that I would like to ask first, and then maybe we can go back to subsistence afterwards. What strategies do you have to get people to support each other? For example, creating ways for people to speak with each other about mental health.
Could you repeat it, please? Because there was an internet connection. I couldn't get the whole question.
Sure. What strategies do you have to get people to support each other? So, for example, creating ways for people to speak with each other and not just with professionals, as you are one.
In terms of MHSS?
Is the question clear? So it's about like self-help or community-based help. If I'm getting the question correctly, as an alternative to asking or reaching out to professionals. Or
when the clients come to us, we want to support them socially. We are encouraging them to come to our community center on a daily basis. When they come here, as you've already seen in the video, we are encouraging them to participate in courses or workshops. And we tell them that they can even contribute to their income by what they learn from our community center. Of course, our client profile is very wide range. We have schizophrenic patients, we have depressive patients, and others. When they are here, when they form a group, when they speak to one another, actually, they see that they are not so different from each other. And they see that there are somebody who are helping them, and they, in this way, get a better motivation, and their rate of coming to our community center increases in this way. We are doing our best to ensure that people are coming to the community center on a daily basis.
Yeah, there's a little clarification of the question from
David.
So it's about community-based help and sub-community-based help. And he gives the example that, for example, soldiers are more comfortable speaking with other soldiers. So how can the community centers help to support community-based and sub-community-based help approaches?
As MHPSS, actually what we are doing is a kind of sub-community-based help, because community-based help is more related to the harmonization program. We are more focused on not the compliance program or harmonization program, but we are doing it on a client basis. For example, bringing together a patient with another patient. And they feel very comfortable when they are speaking to one another. They can more comfortably narrate their stories, and they can receive one another's help in this way.
I see a question from Mine Akdogan. Just a technical issue. Please use the chat and indicate with a star instead of raising the hand, just for the next Q&A, because it's easier for us technically to see it. But Mine, go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me at the moment? I can hear as interpreter, but I don't know the others.
Is it working? Good. Okay. Mine.
Let me put it in this way. Meanwhile, I'm coming from Ankara, from the coordination office for the community-based migration programs, and I am a program manager in health and social affairs, and also I am a project manager in the project which we are running with the German Red Cross. Actually, I wanted to elaborate on what I have understood from the question. Actually, we want to provide more community-based mental health, because professional help, psychiatrists, psychologists, they are not sustainable looking from the perspective of community services, because we are sustaining our agency with international funds, and one day when these funds are discontinued, and if still the needs of the community is actual, we will not be able to cover these needs. So we are trying to give basic psychosocial support training for volunteers. For example, we are giving psychological first aid help. All our volunteers have already taken this training. Also, World Health Organization has PM Plus and similar programs. And now we are looking at reliability and validity of their Arabic translation in order to give these trainings to our volunteers, so that they can be able to determine and orient the psychological or mental problems. By means of these volunteers, we want to prevent the mental diseases, and if there are already diseases, we want to refer them to treatment. So we are planning to focus on volunteer works today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mine. Ahmed, do you want to say something to that? Or do you have any last remarks from your side? Okay, then I guess no. Then thank you so much. And yeah, we have now reached the breakouts where some of the questions that we have touched upon here will be discussed in more detail. So yeah, I think you're all aware of which breakout sessions you have signed up for. We have the role of interpreters. We have the holistic approach of the community centers. And that one will be live streamed as well. And then we have how to create a safe space for therapy and the risks of secondary traumatization. And then we have two very similar sessions, which are hosted by two different individuals, but both of them have very interesting stories to share. So yes, I think for the first one, we had a couple of more people signing up than for the second individual story. So please, once you are in the session and you see that there are a lot of people in individual stories, one, and not that many in individual stories, two, please switch over. You have the links, I think, for all the different sessions because they're in different Zoom meeting rooms, and we will reconvene here in at 4:45 Turkish time and 3:45 German time. Thank you so much and enjoy your sessions.
Everyone, while the mental health of the Syrian refugees in Germany and Turkey. This is what we're going to discuss. Of these 2 days webinar, I'm going to be moderating this session. My name is Mine Akdoğan. I have been working at Turkish Red Crescent for the past 14 years. And I'm working as a health and psychosocial health coordinator. This session is going to last about an hour. We will first of all focus on the holistic approach of the community centers by the Turkish Red Crescent. Gülgez Ağbaba will introduce that, and then Nicolette Klimt is going to give us information about the activities at Center Überleben in Berlin. You can send your questions using the chat box. After both presentations are completed, we will move on to the Q&A session. We will listen to your feedback and your proposals. So you can either put it in writing through the chat box, or you can ask it yourselves. When you write in the chat box, make sure that you also write down to whom you address your question. Let's start with the presentations. I would like to now give the floor to Gülgez Ağbaba, the manager of Şanlıurfa Community Center from Turkish Red Crescent. She's a graduate of Hacettepe University Social Services. She previously worked at the shelter houses for women, and then she worked at the Emergency Coordination Center. And she's also in charge of protection programs at Turkish Red Crescent. She is now working as a manager of Şanlıurfa Community Center. You have 15 minutes for your presentation, Gülgez. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mine, and I'd like to say welcome to everyone. My name is Gülgez Ağbaba Eroğlu. I am the manager of Şanlıurfa Community Center, as Mine Akdoğan said. Today we are going to focus on a few cases based on the theme of the holistic approach of the community centers. We can start the presentation. Let me make a brief reminder for the interpretation. Please make sure that you speak a bit slower. If you could pay attention to the pace of your speech, that would be great. I'll do my best. We can move on to the next slide. In the opening session, the holistic approach to the structure of community centers was mentioned. I will talk about the community centers. I will also talk about strengthening mental health project, how we continue to provide our services during the COVID-19 process, and I'm going to share with you a few case examples, and then I'll conclude my presentation. We can change the slide. Community centers, as you know, while the migration crisis started on the Turkish border in Hatay in 2011, it has been ongoing for the past 10 years. It was considered as a temporary situation, but in time it turned out to be a crisis that requires a more sustainable approach. So now we have the migration general directorate under Turkish Red Crescent. So
toplum merkezleri de bu toplum temelli destek programlarının bir parçası. 2015 yılında ilk toplum merkezi Şanlıurfa'da açıldı. Çünkü Şanlıurfa'da sınır illerinden biri, Suriye krizinin deki sınır illerinden biri. Ve toplum merkezlerinin esas amacı özellikle kentlerde yaşayan göçmenlerin hizmetler hakkında bilgilendirilmesi, hizmetlere erişimlerine sağlanması, sosyal uyumla ilgili faaliyetlerin yürütülmesi ve elbette ki sosyoekonomik güçlendirme bağlamında hizmetlere erişilmesi kapsamında açıldı. Değiştirebiliriz. Bu bağlamda toplum merkezleri içerisinde esasında 4 program oluştu ama şunu vurgulayalım, hani nerelerde toplum merkezleri hizmet veriyor? Şu anda burada birkaç sayı eksik çünkü bazıları kurulum aşamasında ama sayımız neredeyse 20'ye ulaştı toplum merkezleri bağlamında. Ruh sağlığını güçlendirme projesi de şu an 12 ilimizde aktif olarak uygulanıyor. Haritada da gördüğünüz üzere bu Türkiye haritası toplum merkezleri ağırlıklı olarak sınır illerinde ve göçmen nüfusun Türkiye'de yoğun olarak yaşadığı illerde açıldı. Değiştirebiliriz slaytımızı. Toplum merkezleri biraz önce söylediğim göçmenlerin bütüncül ihtiyaçlarını bütüncül olarak karşılamak üzere yapısı içerisinde 4 program yürütüyor. Bir tanesi koruma programı, sosyal uyum programı, sosyoekonomik güçlendirme programı, sağlık ve psikososyal destek programı. Ben slaytların devamında programları tek tek aktarmaya çalışacağım. Şimdi koruma programından bahsedeceğim. Biz toplum merkezlerini anlatırken özellikle koruma programından ilk olarak bahsediyoruz. Çünkü koruma programı esasen outreach çalışmalarıyla ihtiyaç tespit faaliyetlerini sürdürüyor. Yani sahada ve toplum merkezine başvuranlar üzerinden bir ihtiyaç tespit çalışması yürütüyor. Benim değiştirme yetkim yok sanırım. O yüzden slayta geçebiliriz. Bu kapsamda koruma programı içerisinde yürüttüğümüz alt faaliyetler var. Vaka yönetimi yapıyoruz. Yine kişilerin ihtiyaçlarını bütüncül olarak değerlendirip buna uygun yönlendirme sistemleriyle buluşturuyoruz. Başvurular ve sadece yönlendirme yaptığımız hizmetler var ve tabii ki saha çalışmalarımız, ihtiyaç tespit çalışmalarımız var. Özel ihtiyaç fonu var. Hizmetlere erişemeyen, aynı yardım ihtiyacı olan ve koruma ihtiyacı olan kişilere sunduğumuz hizmetleri içeriyor. Elbette ki göçmenlerin özellikle yasal danışmanlık alması ve yasal bilgilendirme faaliyetlerine dahil olmasıyla ilgili çalışmalar yürütüyoruz koruma programında. Farkındalık arttırma seminerleri var. Kadın hakları, çocuk hakları. Bir önceki slaytta kalabiliriz. Okula erişim gibi hani kişilerin haklarına dair bir önceki slaytta dair bilgilendirmeler yapıyoruz. Koruma programı içerisinde. Koruma programı içerisinde sürdürdüğümüz farklı projeler de var. Bunlardan birisi eğitim için şartlı nakit yardımı, bir de İSSN programının yani sosyal uyum yardım programının koruma ve sosyoekonomik güçlendirme bileşenleri var. Ve koruma programı kapsamında sürdürdüğümüz sosyal uyum aktivitelerimiz var. Atölye çalışmaları yapıyoruz, sosyal uyum çalışmaları kapsamında farkındalık arttırma seminerleri yapıyoruz, doğru bilinen yanlışlar seminerleri yapıyoruz ve bir geri bildirim mekanizması kurduk. Ve tabii ki topluluk öz yönetimi ile ilgili çalışmalar yapıyoruz. Sosyoekonomik güçlendirme programından bahsedeyim şimdi. Sosyoekonomik güçlendirme programında bir sonraki slayta geçebiliriz. Kişilerin kendi kendine yetebilir hale gelmeleriyle ilgili özellikle faaliyetlerimiz var. Burada kişilerin iş bulmasıyla ilgili rehberlik ve yönlendirme çalışmaları yapıyoruz. Özellikle Türkçe kursları ve mesleki kursları açıyoruz. Ve bilgisayar ve bilişim becerileriyle ilgili eğitimler veriyoruz. Girişimcilik destek programlarımız var. Bunu aslında 2 alt program olarak alabiliriz. Slide'da devam edersek diğer programları da göreceğiz. Kooperatif bileşeni var sosyoekonomik güçlendirme programı kapsamında. Özellikle göçmenlerin kendi kendine yetebilir hale gelmesi için hem belki Türkiye Cumhuriyeti vatandaşlarının kurduğu kooperatiflere katılımlarını yani ortaklıklarını sağlayarak güçlendirmek ya da göçmenlerin kendilerinin bazı üretim kooperatifleri kurarak satışlarını üretim yapmalarını ve satış yapmalarını sağlamak üzere çalıştığımız programlar var. Tarımsal ve hayvancılıkla ilgili eğitim programlarımız var. Urfa'da yine sınır illerden biri ve özellikle tarım ve hayvancılığın geçim kaynağı olarak yaygın olduğu illerden biri. Bu nedenle Urfa'da yine göçmenlere yönelik tarımsal eğitimler, hayvancılık eğitimleri programlarını sürdürüyoruz. Ve bu eğitim programları, bu mesleki eğitim programları sonucunda motivasyonu olan, uygun görülen profillere ve uygun alanı olan profillere bazı ani yardımlar yaparak kendi kendilerine tarım ve hayvancılık aktiviteleriyle ilgilenebilir hale getiriyoruz. Diyeyim. Bu slaytı da geçebiliriz. Sağlık ve Psikososyal Destek Programı, birazdan detaylarını bahsedeceğim ruh sağlığını güçlendirme projesi de yine Sağlık ve Psikososyal Destek Programı'nın alt bileşenlerinden biri. Ruh sağlığını güçlendirme programı detaylarından birazdan bahsedeceğim için anne ve çocuk sağlığı, toplum temelli anne ve çocuk sağlığı projesinden bahsetmek istiyorum. Burada da özellikle kadınlara ve çocuklara yönelik sağlık bağlamında kapasite güçlendirme çalışmalarımız var. Sağlık danışmanlığı yapılıyor, koruyucu önleyici sağlık hizmetleri sağlanıyor. Burada eğitimler, seminerler var. Bunların bileşen içerisinde vaka yönetimi var. Yine kadınlara, annelere ve çocuklara yönelik özel ihtiyaç fonu var. Sağlık hizmetlerine erişemeyen kişilerin sağlık hizmetlerine erişimi sağlanıyor ya da topluluk içerisinde sağlık hizmetlerinin erişimi nasıl artırılabilir? Onunla ilgili bilgilendirme faaliyetleri yürütülüyor. Yine anne çocuk sağlığı, aile planlaması, stresle baş etme, belki çocuk gelişimi gibi farklı konularda bir farkındalık arttırma faaliyetlerimiz var. Outreach aktivitelerimiz var. Burada hem bu proje kapsamında çalışan sağlık çalışanları ve psikologlar outreach aktivitesi yapıyor ama bunun yanında gönüllüler de bazı temel eğitimleri alarak kendi topluluklarının kapasitesinin güçlendirilmesiyle ilgili outreach faaliyetlerini sürdürüyor. Hem personel için hem belki yerelde bulunan toplulukların ya da kurumların kapasitesinin arttırılmasıyla ilgili çalışmalarımız var. Biraz önce söyledim. Gönüllülük ve paydaşların kapasitesini güçlendirmesiyle ilgili faaliyetlerimiz var bu projede.
Volunteers and stakeholders. Now I'm going to talk about empowering healthcare, empowering or strengthening mental health project. There's a holistic approach, but in addition to this, there are some services offered by community centers. So these services also have a holistic approach. Let's change the slide. Let's move on to the next one. Strengthening mental health project, as was mentioned previously, was developed by the Turkish Red Crescent with the financial support of the German Red Cross in cooperation with Turkish Ministry of Health. 12 TRC community centers have mental health units to strengthen mental health. As part of this project, what are the things that we would like to achieve? Let's move on. One of the first steps of this is to make sure that as the majority of the group that we address is migrants, and as we also have access to the host group, as they can make use of our services, we have a multidisciplinary team setting that has a holistic approach. having access to healthcare services in their own language could face some problems from time to time. Our aim is to ensure that they have access to healthcare services in their own cities. Well, there are some migrants who should be identified and they should be referred to secondary mental health solutions. Well, we carry out awareness raising activities in the field of mental health. Prevention of stigmatization and social exclusion. We carry out activities to raise awareness. The Ministry of Health offers mental health services to migrants, so we share the caseload with the Ministry of Health. These are the objectives of the community centers. Let's move on to the next slide. So what kind of a team do we have to carry out these activities? We have psychiatrists, psychiatric nurses, child development specialist, translator, and psychologist. This team meets people's needs from a physical, mental, developmental point of view. They look into all of these areas. In this team, as was mentioned before, we have the psychiatric nurses for adults and child development specialists for children. So they first identify the need. Based on the need identified, it could be pharmacotherapy, or if there is a need for psychotherapy, then they are referred to these areas. If the need is a mild one, then they are referred to a clinical psychologist. Child development specialist does the screening.
Kendi içerisinde bu
and refer to the relevant people. These 4 people have a system to refer cases step by step to one another. So they have a system in place for referral. This team comes together to create support groups. So they carry out trainings and seminars for holistic examination. They pay visits to the households to have a better idea about the applicants. So they pay visits to the houses in order to make sure that people have access to these services. They carry out outreach activities. Let's now change the slide. As you all know, in disasters, psychosocial support pyramids, the experts, specialists working in this field know that after the basic needs of people are met, it's important to offer several services, and the more effective such services are offered, the less the psychosocial impact on these people would be. If there's a migration crisis, even if people cannot go back to their normal lives in the past, the faster they have access to services, to our specialized mental services, then the less number of people will seek our services. This is the pyramid used, the international pyramid used to show the need. So, what about the TRC community centers? How do people come to us? They can apply to us they can apply to us directly, or could be referred by another institution. It could be an NGO, active NGO, or a public institution. And they can be identified through our outreach activities. So a holistic examination is done. The examination includes both the family and the person in question. This is about whether they have any access to their needs. If any problems are identified, then our child development specialist or the person in charge of the adults refers them to the relevant program. If the problem about having access to basic needs is solved, then an examination is done.
To see if the person has any other support. And we see if they have access to some programs which will support their livelihood. That's what we look at. And then as part of the community center, we also look at language courses or some professional courses if they are in a position to establish their own business or something like that, so that they get the relevant support. Well, these people are supported, but because of the trauma, they maybe need a further help. So there are more specific services offered to these people. They are then part of our psychoeducation or awareness raising activities. And if some of them require a more specific sort of counseling, then we offer them counseling, psychotherapy services, and pharmacotherapy. We are exceeding our allocated time. I'm almost done. I have like 2 minutes. So please, next slide. Now I'll give you a few case examples, and then I'm thinking of finalizing. Now, these are the titles of the cases because there are many cases that we see. What's our methodology? For example, our friends, our colleagues, during the outreach work, during household visits, see that a child doesn't have access to school. So our our social worker specialized in children's services holds and makes an appointment with the family and then holds an interview with that child. If there are any other risks attached in terms of protection, for example, then they do what is necessary. I mean, does the child has no access to school because of another reason, or because they have no access to school simply? So if there's a developmental problem, then they are referred to an adolescent, a therapist specializing in adolescents. If not, then they're offered to the protection services and are referred to the case management services in there. Or, for example, female-headed household is the second case. Let's say depression or other processes alike. And let's say that's the reason for the person coming to us. Now, for these people, we have the mental health program, strengthening program offered, the counseling services offered, but then there are also the social support groups or awareness raising group services that they can make use of. As part of the social cohesion program, we have some workshops like handcrafts, health, sports, or other arts and crafts. So if the people need such services, then they are referred to those to make sure that there is an improvement in these people's
overall well-being. So one of the important findings is that poverty, depression, and suicide attempts are a little intertwined. That's what our social workers have found. Of course, because of trauma and migration. And it's quite difficult to break this vicious cycle. Poverty, depression, and suicide attempts from time to time. We establish social services groups to eradicate or to diminish at least the effects of poverty. We also do our best, like give them a Red Crescent card, for example, or hygiene cards, or food vouchers, rations, etc. These are some of the things that we do so that the people have access to the services they are in need of, and because they're part of the social service groups, and because there are some social workshops which will support them mentally, then their depression symptoms weaken. That's what we see. During the pandemic, how did we deal with the process? Very briefly. Now, our community center doors were always open, but our services were online. You can go to the next slide if possible. So our friends did the online scanning or online visits. Our seminars and trainings took place on an online basis. As I was saying, hygiene kits, food vouchers were distributed, and a COVID-19 field report was published. So this is what I can say. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the valuable information you've provided, Ms. Eroğlu. Now I'll leave the floor to Nicola Klampt from Überleben Zentrum in Berlin. Nicola graduated from Freie Uni, psychology department, and then at BGTV they studied psychotherapy. They worked in Uganda, and then for 5 years they've worked at an NGO on a voluntary basis, and they've been working as the psychotherapist at Zentrum Überleben. Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, hello everybody. I also have a small PowerPoint presentation. I don't see it yet on the screen. I still don't see it. I don't know. Okay, so I will. Yeah, okay. Can you? Are you able to make it bigger, or it's okay? Oh, good. Yes, my name is Nicola Klampt from Center Überleben. Überleben actually means surviving, so that's why we have chosen this name in the past, in a way. I'm a psychologist and a psychological psychotherapist, and I work in the outpatient department of Center Überleben. We are an NGO. We are working as a national and international active nonprofit institution, and we were founded in 1992. So we already have a longer history in a way. Our mission is to pave the way for victims of violence, for refugees and for migrants to a future which reaffirms the dignity and worth of the human person. And our vision is a world in a way where dignity of human life and human rights are guaranteed for everybody. Yeah, and we will go to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? Sorry. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, thank you. So just to have an overview about our profile, I will give you a more detailed report about our work a bit later, but just our profile is to give help after torture and after the experience of war-related violence. And we focus on rehabilitation in an intercultural setting. And we give support in integration, in qualification, and also in school education. So one of our departments is also a school where you can get a training in a way. We have a special housing community project for women where we also help after domestic and after sexual violence. We have a big scientists department, and we do their applied research in the field of trauma and violence and also publish in a way. Then we do the documentation of human rights violations. We also write medical reports and medical statements, which can help in a way in the asylum progress. Then we have international cooperations, for example, with IRCT, so with the International Rehabilitation Council for torture victims, and we do trainings of external colleagues. So maybe you can go to the next slide so that I can present a bit our different departments. As I said in the beginning, so I work in the outpatient department, and we have two outpatient departments, one for adults and one for children and adolescents. And our target group in the outpatient department are actually refugees who have experienced torture or war-related violence and who are suffering from a trauma-reactive symptoms. It could be, for example, a post-traumatic stress disorder or, for example, depression, but it doesn't need to be always a PTSD. As you have maybe heard in the beginning of the event here, there are also many other disorders which can, in a way, develop. And for example, like anxiety disorders or addictions or anything else. And more than half of our patients have experienced an armed attack or have been imprisoned or have been kidnapped or have been tortured or have been the witness or have witnessed the death of a close relative or of a close person. And in one of our studies in the scientist department, we found out that in mean average, our patients are reporting 11 trauma. So it's kind of a high number. And also, as Selim Tabti talked in the beginning of the event, he talked about trauma types, and he talked about type 1 and type 2 trauma. And our patients were mostly focusing on type 2 trauma, which have very heavy impact on human beings. And so it's man-made, so it's made by other people to a person. It has a long duration, and it has repeatedly happened. This is the definition of type 2 trauma. And there belongs torture, war-related violence, sexual abuse, or being a hostage is all coming under type 2 trauma. Maybe I can tell you also a bit how we work so that you understand in a way like our everyday life. So every Wednesday we have a telephone consultation. So for 1 hour, people from all over can call us. And also patients themselves can call us, and we will call them back with translation. So there are many like facilities for refugee assistance calling. For example, lawyers are calling, medical doctors are calling, or psychotherapists. And we do a small screening on the telephone. And if the person kind of like fulfills our criteria, then we invite him or her for initial consultation. And the initial consultation will take part with a social worker and a psychotherapist or a psychiatrist. And of course, a translator, will be also in place. Then after this initial consultation, if the person and we decide that a therapy is necessary, then we will take up the person here in the center for first 15 sessions, which is called a diagnostic phase at our center. And after these 15 sessions, we will together decide if the person wants to go to a long-term therapy at our center. And long-term therapy could mean like 1 or 2 years, or in some cases even longer. And when the therapy is coming to an end, then we do kind of like check-up sessions every 6 weeks with the patients. And we are working in a team of social workers, psychiatrists, and psychotherapists. And we give, in a way, legal support, and we write medical reports or medical statements. So they could, for example, also include a full documentation of torture evidence if it's needed in a way. And sometimes it's important for the court in the asylum procedure. The therapy can be individual, or it could be also group therapy. And then there could be also physiotherapy if needed, or art or music therapy, which we do normally in a group setting. Then we have an intercultural healing garden where our patients can plant and can grow things. There is a special group also for it. Once a year, we do a travel for the children of our patients. And for every work we do, in a way, we use a pool of translators. So the communication is with skilled interpreters, which are normally from the same cultural background. Now I've talked a lot about our department, and I'm also watching a bit the time. So I will come to the presentation maybe of all the other departments, but I will keep it small in a way. So as you can see on the slide, it's the outpatient department for children and adolescents, which mostly works like the one I'm working in. Then we have the day clinic for several traumatized patients. That means they come there from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening. And they also get German lessons, for example. They have also art therapy. They have group psychotherapy, and they have also individual psychotherapy and also psychiatrist treatment. Then we have, as I said, the housing community project for female migrants. And there you have a therapeutic supervised flat sharing community and also assisted single living. So therapists and social workers are also doing home visits. Then we have the Berlin Network for Vulnerable Refugees in Need of Protection. And this is a cooperation of 7 NGOs in Berlin. And it mostly attracts newly arrived refugees because they do a social and psychological and also psychiatrist screening in a way, and you get a protection certificate. And with this protection certificate, you have another, entry to other refugee shelters, to special refugee shelters, or to, in a way, special treatment. Then there is the Department for Refugee Services. There is the vocational school Paulo Freire. As I said, they do an education program in social assistance, so in nursing, and it's especially for younger people. Then we have the big research department, and they develop therapy modules. And also they, for example, have an online therapy program, which is called Al-Yashnafsi. And there, for example, people from all over the world could apply for trauma therapy in Arabic language. The only thing you need is access to a computer, and you can apply. And the therapy form is that you write to your therapist letters in a way. And they also developed an app for refugees, so it's called Smilers, and another one is Al-Mhar app, where people in need or can get small help on small problems in a way. Then we have Pflegen und Leben, another department, and we have our special library. And there you can find any book concerning trauma therapy or concerning the topics torture, violence, trauma experience, etc. Yeah, then we shortly go to the next slide, which just says like how many patients we are more or less treating in 1 year. And you have to excuse me that the statistics are from 2019. We are still on the numbers from 2020. 2020 was a bit chaotic Corona year in a way. So as you can see, like the outpatient department where I'm working in is treating about 384 patients per year. And then you see also the day clinic. Of course, they have a smaller number because the patients are staying quite long and they have limited space in a way. Then we can go to the next slide. Just to know where our patients are coming from, and our topic today is more concerning Syrian refugees, and as you can see that they are the biggest group of people who are looking for treatment in our center, and afterwards are people from Afghanistan, Iraq, then comes Iran, then Turkey. So, but Syrians and Afghanistan's people are the biggest groups in our center. And I would leave it probably like this for now, and maybe we can have like, if you want to know more things, maybe we can go into the discussion or in questions from the audience, because I see the time is quite limited and we are quite moving forward in the time, yeah? Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederiz biz de Nicola. Çok güzel bir
Thank you very much, Nicola. That was a great presentation. Now in the chat box, let me see if there are any questions. I can't see any. There were some questions from before about the number of community centers. We've answered them. There are 16 community centers. 12 of them offer mental health services. And then, are there any other questions? Go ahead, please, if there are any questions.
Yeah, sorry.
I would like to first give the floor to Inga.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for both your presentations. I'm working in the headquarters of the German Red Cross, and I asked this question earlier. I think I was a bit confusing, but like we often have the problem, and at least in Germany, that many politicians, they don't understand why do we need like community centers or like the centers where Nicola Klampt is working, because they don't really understand what are the special needs of refugees and migrants. So maybe if you would speak to a politician who's asking such a question, what would you answer? Like, how can we, because it's important for us because we advocate for the funding of these centers and talk to politicians. So if you have ideas, good arguments, tell us.
Yeah, I mean, I start because if it's okay, I waited, but there was not coming a reaction, so I took initiative in a way.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so it's about, we are focusing the same problems a lot of times. I mean, we are also, we have also donations, and we are also based by money from the Senate, so from the state Berlin in a way, and so on. So we also have to do this kind of finding of argumentations. And I think like what we can say in a way is that if you see that the mean average are 11 trauma, as we say Traumata in German, traumata in German, but it's like a really high number of what have happened to the people. And of course, they need a long-term trauma therapy. And most of the money goes always to like small scale projects in a way where they can get like 10 or 15 sessions. But what we see is that this is not enough for people, and that we can't put them somewhere in a way, and that our center is one of the, there are not so many who give really a long-term trauma therapy to people. And we have this problem in our telephone consulting, and we see it every day that there are like hundreds of people who after like 1 year, they call us again because they haven't found a place. And also like the costs of translation, they are not giving. So the costs of interpreters, we don't get it back a lot of times. And also the people who work in a praxis, who work in an outpatient praxis, they are not getting the costs back for the interpreters. So they can't give, for example, therapy to people who don't speak German, because they will not get the money back in a way. And that's a big problem. I don't know. And this is how we argue in a way.
Ms. Gülgez, thank you, Nicola. First Gülgez and then Arzu. The floor is yours. Thank you. I would like to give a brief answer to the question from the German Red Cross. Well, when you ask this question, it's a very fundamental human right. So it's not possible to understand why politicians ask it. And they ask the same question in Turkey. Well, maybe this is the argument you can use to persuade them. Trauma, from our perspective, it's depression, or they try to commit suicide. So there are many social problems. So the service that we provide is actually a service that prevents many other things that could have a higher cost. Think about a pyramid. Well, there are some certain services that are much more costly. So this service, if this service is not provided to vulnerable groups, they could be migrants or somebody, a Turkish person. If we do not offer these services to all of the vulnerable people, then the social and economic cost of this to the governments will be much higher. There's a social conflict dimension. There's a likelihood that we will have more people who would try to commit suicide. It's a family or a community facing this problem. Well, mental problems are not experienced alone. It's a family or a community suffering from it. So we're talking about a relationship that has not maybe a direct but an indirect impact on us. If they do not want to have a higher impact on them, then they should take ownership of these services. I have a question to Nicola. You talked about a day clinic. I couldn't understand it well. Are you talking about people who are inpatient? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's the word we use in German actually. So you either say clinic, so that means people are going to sleep there overnight also, and then we have the term of day clinic. And day clinic is that you are healthy enough in a way to go home and sleep there, but you are not healthy enough to have only a treatment in an outpatient department, so you need more for your daily structure and so on. And that's why the people, they come at 9 o'clock in the morning and they are the whole day here, and then they leave at 5 and they go into their homes, and next day they come again. So that's the day clinic in a way. Yeah. And also what I wanted to say is that, you know, while the people are maybe out of their danger or something, in the end, it's then post-migration stress, which is also quite high. And this is also an argument to use in a way, like post-migration stress is super high. And what you said, Gülges, people are maybe doing more suicides or whatever. Yeah.
Thank you. Arzu, you had a question. Yes, I have a question, very important. Well, but I have to pick up my daughter from downstairs because the service bus driver called me. If the session continues, then I can ask the question, or maybe I can contact you later. Well, I really wanted to discuss it with you. I have to get the answer to my question. I'll see you later. I have a question to Nicola. We have 4 minutes left. Applying for mental health services, especially for vulnerable groups, it's not easy to do. Well, they fear of being, stigmatized or otherization. At least that's what we see in Turkey. How do you overcome that? Do you face such fears when people apply to you?
Yeah.
If you face such problems, how do you overcome that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, for sure, we have this in a way. And also because in a country, I don't know, in Germany, psychotherapy is not that abstract anymore. So people know about psychotherapy and so on. But a lot of times under people who have freshly arrived or there are more skeptic in a way about it. And but people who are coming to us have been normally talking to social workers in the refugee shelter or to volunteer helpers in a way. So they already come kind of with an idea of what is going to happen here. But in the beginning, a lot of times, for example, they think I'm a doctor and I'm just going to give medication. So I need to do a lot of psychoeducation, we call it in a way, in the beginning, and to explain who am I and that I'm a psychotherapist and that speaking about things can be kind of a medicine. So it's kind of like a wound which maybe needs to be opened again and needs to be cleaned in a way and then like wrapped again. And so it's mostly about, I'm mostly explaining with metaphors. And then I see people are coming in a way and are developing trust again. And most of them have never talked also with family members about what has happened. So it's kind of the switch is to get a safe place where they would like to talk and where they would like to talk about topics which are coming with a lot of shame also in a way. So mostly it works in a way, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think there's a question in the chat box for me. Okay, I didn't see it. How can you make sure that people become aware of the importance of psychosocial support? Yes, and there is another question. Well, there is somebody who talks about a friend who was subject to social exclusion and stigmatization. Well, our mental health strengthening unit and the protection unit in the community center carry out awareness-raising activities. The mental health unit focuses on the physical and mental health, but the community center focuses on all rights. And so what is needed is actually more within the scope of the outreach activities. We have community leaders or opinion leaders. We try to raise their awareness to offer people psychosocial support, saying that this could be a need. There is a case mentioned in the chat box. What kind of a system do we have in place? Well, after we carry out psychosocial needs analysis, we refer them to different services. It could be psychiatry or medication. But at the same time, we also have activities to establish social support groups. So we have the social cohesion groups. We have workshops. In the social support groups, after we offer strengthening to a certain extent, then we have 50% of migrants and 50% of local inhabitants. It's a group of 8 to 10 people. They participate in workshops. You saw an example in the video. It could be a stone workshop. So once they start to do such workshops, the two groups start to get to know one another. We have the migrant group and the host group. When these two groups come together, as we have more and more social contact, the prejudice is lessened. Well, after such trainings, we heard many times people saying that we didn't know Syrians like this. Well, we found out that we have the very same dishes and the very same traditions. So we try to overcome prejudices through workshops. So that's all I can say for the time, because we have exceeded our time. Thank you. Thank you. We will meet for the main session at 5 o'clock. It's time for the break. If there's one last question, we can still take that question. Arzu, you had a question? Well, if I still have the right to ask it, I would like to ask it. My question goes to Gülges. I'm a nurse. I worked at the School of Medicine of Cerrahpaşa. In 2018, I started to offer home care services for Syrian refugees. I took part in a project like this, but I believe that there is a problem. We're trying to carry out a project now. My family, my mother, my parents, my brother, they are also migrants in Austria. So I understand how challenging it could be. While there are different figures mentioned with respect to the total population of migrants in Turkey, it's 3.5 million. What about the number of Syrian refugees in Germany? While they are under temporary protection, they are not migrants according to our law. TRC does not take this into consideration when offering services, and we as healthcare providers never look at the situation in this way. Contrary to the situation in Germany, the government in Turkey is more embracing in a way. When you talked about your projects, I got the feeling that what they would be here to stay. That's your impression. I think we have a problem like this here. A decision must be made, a political decision must be made so that we as academicians and healthcare providers and as TRC do not waste our resources and run projects. This is the first one. And secondly, Gülgez Hanım, you are a manager in that region. We have 3.5 million refugees. We have a very limited number of academic studies. In Austria, they have 300,000 people. They have 10. Well, we should be able to show what we do more at the international arena. So from an academic point of view, there are very meaningful projects carried out with great sacrifice. We should work together, and I believe that Turkey should start to enjoy its very deserved place. How many people are there in Germany? That's what I'd like to find out from Nicola. Well, the community is not very high in numbers. So we have very high numbers in Turkey. That's why the society is not ready for this. Thank you. Thank you.
I think it's
just one sentence. Just one sentence.
I think the number which is in my head is something around 800,000, no? Syrian refugees we are talking about. And when I just 2 sentences, when I talked with my colleague in a way about this event and so on, we thought about cases, we have treated patients and so on. And we have mostly people who are good educated from Syria, no? Who arrive in Germany. I also have this impression, and who come here to our center in a way.
Thank you very much. We have to give a break, unfortunately. You might have other questions, but we have to go back to the main session at 5 p.m. and we have to have a short break. Thank you very much for your presentations and questions and contributions. Let's meet again back at the main session.
For the last 1 hour 15 of our first half day. Welcome back to the digital main stage, basically. I hope you've had inspirational breakout sessions, and I'm really looking forward to hear more about what you've discussed. I think, all of you worked on a slide, as I'm informed. So I would like to, maybe we can first look at the different slides, and then I would like to hand over to the moderators of each breakout session so we can hear a little bit of what you've discussed. And then afterwards, we will have 40 minutes time for the last session of today. Because of that, I think the time management in your presentations now is really crucial. So please limit yourself to 2 or 3 minutes, and then it should be ideal. Okay, then I think the slides will show up in just a second, but I think we will start with, there we go. Okay, that means we will, but I think we'll start with the role of interpreters. Who's the moderator? Did you prepare something, or should we jump to the next one? Gürsen, are you there? Okay, then let's start with the holistic approach. Maybe that was also on the live stream. Mine, are you there? So can we go forward with you? You are muted. There we go. Now, perfect.
Sağlığı ve psikososyal destek hizmetlerini tartıştık. Oturumumuzun ana tartışma noktası aslında her iki merkezde sunulan benzerlikler ve farklılıkları görmekte. Türk Kızılayı tarafından sunulan hizmetlerde bütüncül bir yaklaşım bağlamında koruma programı, sosyoekonomik güçlendirme programı, sağlık ve psikososyal destek programı bir bütün halinde one-stop shop denilen bir sistem dahil.
So it's a one-stop shop, and people's needs are identified on the field, and then the program staff, if it's a problem of a child attending school, then the child development specialist talks to the family. If it's a problem related to development, then the development specialist is in charge of this. Or if it is a problem with respect to having access to rights, then the case specialist take care of it. If it's a single parent case, then if it's a household managed by a woman only, then these people are offered trainings to empower them, to include them into social groups. So related programs collaborate. In the presentation made by Nicola on Center Überleben, there are social service specialists, psychologists, and psychiatrists approach things with a multidisciplinary approach. There are psychotherapy services for outpatients, and there are day clinics. There are also services offered to meet the needs of women. There are also services offered by Überleben that focus mostly on people who have been subject to violence. There is a social service network established in Berlin, and they are in close contact with them. There are trainings, courses offered to make sure that they get a job, and they test different tools. They document them. The victims of torture, in order to make sure that they can apply for the refugee status, they also prepare documents for courts. Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and Chechnya are the countries from which they receive refugees, and mostly they come from Syria. Only a very few of them come from Afghanistan or Iraq. So these were the things that we discussed. I'd like to now talk about a main take.
In 1 minute, please, if possible. Thank you. Please try to limit the presentations now to really like the 2-3 key points for now. Birsen Serinkos, on the role of interpreters, are you ready now?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, hello. Unfortunately, I could not prepare a PowerPoint presentation because I had a technical problem and I was fighting to be reconnected. I will try to make a summary of these in 2 minutes. First of all, we spoke about the role of the interpreter during a psychotherapist therapy and how one is dealing with the challenges and needs of that situation. We spoke about the tripartite constellation within the therapeutical structure, the fact that the interpreter is a third party, a foreign third party, and in that context, we spoke about the responsibility of the interpreters in their role as transporting the feelings and emotions of the role they have to fulfill, taking care of those refugees just arriving. We spoke about the impacts on the interpreters when they work and have to translate in such complex situations. There are differences. Ms. Al-Sharif, who works in Germany and is translating psychotherapist sittings with Syrian refugees, has different experiences than Mr. Mahdi, who himself had to live these kind of experiences of being a refugee. And so this has also a different impact on the way how one is feeling as an interpreter. And at the end, we had a question which basically summed up what we are doing, what we need, what kind of future perspective. The question was about what kind of specific qualification or qualification and further training one needs to fulfill the needs on the level of translating and transferring, but at the same time to take up the responsibility, how to bear the responsibility and how to deal with this kind of social and impact one has, because translating means that we are dealing with individuals who have to deal with their own situation, who has to develop their own lives, and who are need to develop based on the therapy their new lives. And as for the interpreters, we spoke about the question about supervision for interpreters as an specific training, and to also deal with certain situations one has to fulfill as an interpreter. And also qualifications, which are further trainings, which should be aimed at subjects like competence as interpreter, expertise, competence, expertise, language, technical terms, and also methods and methodologies in the therapy to be dealing with exactly these kind of challenges and to be able to understand. We also spoke about empathy, the necessity of empathy. The question if one can learn it, but that was left open. In total, we understood that from the point of view of the practice of interpreters, we understood that the role of the interpreters is a very important one in this tripartite constellation between refugee therapists, because only via them communication can function, the therapeutical dialogue can be implemented and can only happen.
Thank you so much, person. Now the next one is Sandra Pertek on safe spaces for therapy. Muted. Should work now. Sandra? I get the information that you should be unmuted.
Just right now, I've got it. Thank you. So yes, I'm an external person. I just got permission to speak and get unmuted. Welcome, everyone. I'm very pleased to report back findings on behalf of my colleagues, Barbara Wolf, Dr. Barbara Wolf, and Tuba Bilmi-Schoder. We talked about how to create a safe space for therapy, and I would just begin from the main discussion points and then takeaways. So first of all, we talked about fostering trust as essential, building confidentiality, ensuring safe space and storage of data, ensuring right and interpreter were those items that were essential for building trust, confidentiality, not only of the therapist, but of interpreter, as my colleague just have related back to you from the other group. It's important to also consider external stressors. Many people may be unable to live in safe conditions. So even though if we have safe space in therapy, people may go back to spaces where are unsafe, and they might be confronted by a range of different stressors, such as racist attacks that influence their mental health daily. We need to connect. It's useful to connect with clients' worldview on neutral grounds to validate injustice experience that was raised by Barbara, to perhaps behave as advocates of our clients and to show understanding that injustice suffered shouldn't take place, regardless of our beliefs and worldviews that we bring to the therapy. There are spaces for connection based on neutral grounds. And then it's important to provide information and not enforce disclosure. So whenever client feels ready, they should have information where they can discuss if they are not ready in the therapy then itself. and the client should feel that she or he is in control of the process of disclosure. Gender of therapists and interpreters matters too. Female clients may feel more comfortable to relate to female therapists and interpreters. Some might be restricted to access counseling centers by, for example, male relatives or other practical barriers such as lack of finances to cover bus fares or childcare and so on. Alternative therapies can matter too, such as, for example, group relaxing methods for women and men. In places where it might be difficult for people to access formal spaces, formal therapies, alternative therapies should be explored. And it might be difficult when we talk about gender differences, it might be more difficult for men to open up due to prevalent gender norms. And it is important to actively oppose stigma around mental health. So, for example, we could integrate health messaging into other projects that we are conducting, so it's easier for people to access mental health supports. Main takeaways: first of all, ensure internal and external safety. Tuba has emphasized the role of internal safety, inner safety that clients can take control of by, for example, making some signs to communicate to therapists that this is unsafe space to discuss or stop therapy, have a break. Safe environment is essential. There's a range of checklists that can help us to ensure safe space is not distracting and is ensuring people can open up and discuss without fears. And just to finalize, building trust, again, is essential. This can take time. We need to be patient. Boundaries are needed to help facilitate feelings of safety. So it's important to set these boundaries as part of the consent that we aim to build at the beginning of the therapy. Psychoeducation is needed to ensure people know the process and they know what's expected. And careful selection of interpreters is obviously fundamental, as it can destroy any therapy efforts. We have heard from Barbara an example of a rape survivor who wasn't able to disclose because her interpreter was her son 4 years, and only after she got competent interpreter she could really begin her healing, and it had a huge effect on her family. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Let's continue now with secondary traumatization. So, Sama, please.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'll try to keep it short. So yes, we were joined by this session from Dr. Schmelzle and Dr. Yasa. So we discussed the secondary traumatization. So all of those who are working in the field, for example, therapists, journalists, translators, they need to keep balance between closeness, which means too much empathy, and this obviously might cause like secondary trauma, or too much distance. So too much distance will alienate the person we are trying to offer help. And those who are like working in the field and who are familiar with this topic, they often mix two expressions with each other. So secondary traumatization, which causes symptoms that are similar more or less to those of the patient. And Dr. Schmelzle said the translators are especially affected here. And burnout, or what might be called also compassion fatigue. And this causes exhaustion of the body and emotions, and this can be caused by staying too long in contact with emotionally stressful situation. So Dr. Yasa talked about the risk factors that might contribute to the secondary traumatization. He talked, for example, about personal risks related or resulting from stressful situations at home, caused by relatives, parents, partners, etc., and also professional risk factors that might be caused by not, for example, by a stressful work environment, by not having too much contact with other colleagues. So what are the main takeaways? Let's focus on how we can mitigate the effects of this so-called secondary traumatization. So first of all, and most importantly, reflect on your own emotions. Don't try to avoid what you experienced during your work. Take your time and reflect on what you experience at work. So secondly, know, accept, and set your own limits. Don't overexhaust yourself. Try to keep a good work-life balance. And also, very important, communicate with others and especially co-workers and colleagues who are familiar with this environment. Keep contact with them, communicate with them about all the difficulties and all the main points you experience during your work, and realize when you need help and ask for it. So both of them, both the experts really prepared very informative slides and presentations. So perhaps Al-Sharq would be kind and share it with you. It was very informative, and these 2 to 3 minutes are not really enough to share the content they shared with us.
Thank you, Sama, for this very concise introduction. Well, let's continue with Samyatar and Individual Stories 1, where the participants heard about the life story of Taher, I think.
Exactly. Hello, everybody.
Tell us more, yes.
So I had a very personal talk with Taher from Germany. So he came to Germany 6 years ago, and he has some kind of special situation because his family is distributed across three countries. His parents are in Syria. He himself and his brother are in Germany, and his sister with her family is living in Turkey. So, and we talked a lot about dealing with obstacles, overcoming barriers and problems they had when starting your life in Germany and Turkey, but also problems they have until today, or they are experiencing even after a couple of years. So, but we also talked about processing the experiences he had and she had when coming to Turkey and to Germany, and about going the next step. So the main takeaways from my perspective were, so both of them, so the sister and Taher and his brother, they experienced the difficulties in getting started in the respective countries. So for Taher, for example, it was especially difficult regarding education and graduation. So all his degrees were not accepted. He really had almost to start school from the beginning until he really was able to go to the university and now studying dentist medicine. But also he talked about the problem of being well accepted in German society. So people really accepting him as part of German society. So this was a difficulty for him, getting connected, people turning away only because he's Syrian or he's a refugee. So this is something he pointed out. But he also talked about the problems his sister has, and they are at some point even worse. So there are strong barriers between getting in touch with Turkish people, with the Turkish community, and getting accepted. And she, until today, was not able to go to university, continue her studies. She started in Syria, or doing a new degree. So this led to the situation that she doesn't work currently at all. So, and he also pointed out people in the majority society forget what Syrian people experienced. So that they experienced war, that some of them experienced torture, people in the family and friends died, they experienced violence on their way to the country. So they have experienced a lot of difficulties, and many people tend to forget that. So his biggest wishes for the future, we also talked about that, is he pointed out the topic peace. Yeah, peace in Syria for his country, for sure for his parents who also live there, and all the children who are growing up there, but also peace of mind. And the other topic is what he wishes is being accepted in Germany as normal citizen. Yeah, and he pointed out that we all should be aware there are no classes in people. Yeah, there are no differences in people. So we all start from the same point.
Thank you, Sami. Very strong main takeaways. Well, then let's move on to the last one of the breakout sessions, to Hannah Atta.
I had a very emotional talk. Petra, hören wir auf? Das ist jetzt Deutsch, ne?
Tanzt mit ihnen, kocht mit ihnen, tauscht sich aus mit ihnen und versucht sie zu unterstützen. Und so
Sorry, Hannah. I just heard that there was a technical difficulty with your translation. So, could you switch to English, maybe?
Yes, I can do it.
Okay, thank you.
But should I start from the beginning?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just said I had a very emotional talk with two very strong women. These women were Syrian Said and Soha Kodesa. Syrian is working for the Multicultural Center in Dessau. She is supporting Syrian women with different activities like helping her in the daily business, but also activities like cooking, dancing, and different stuff. And Soha is one of women joining her activities, and Soha shared her story with us. I'm still very grateful that she did this. Soha is coming from Dara in Syria, and yes, she has children. She lost one of her son in the Syrian war, and she is here with her other son, and she still has one daughter in Lebanon who is suffering because she was living in a marriage and got divorced. And like it was very emotional because Soha started crying while telling her story because she's just willing to see her daughter again. So in short, what the main points of the discussion were, and this especially Syrian shared this with us, that there is no mental health for these people like Soha and other Syrian people coming here to Germany. And even though Soha emphasized that she is so grateful to be in Germany to get the financial support and other things, this point is still missing. And there was a question if it's still if it's helping Soha to share her story with her, and she confirmed and said it's helping her. So my main takeaways are, first of all, not to forget to ask people, even though they're living like 5-6 years with us now, still asking them about their story. What do they going through until now? And also to always keep in mind, even though maybe some of us heard different stories, every story is an individual story, and all of these stories and also this mental health problems, it's not only about the war, because in the end there's still normal people who have family difficulties, who has different topics in their lives, and we should never forget about this. And my also main takeaway is, and especially Syrian always emphasized that Syrians need mental support in Germany. And one, because Soha also repeated herself a lot that she just wants to see her daughter from Lebanon again. So a first step, it could start to help these kind of people, just to bring them together with their families. So this was it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I could have listened to all of your stories for a much longer time. I think they're really interesting and inspirational stories that you shared, and very important aspects that have been mentioned. Well, as the good news is that some of the aspects that we kind of talked about, for example, the important work of the Zentrum Überleben that was mentioned in one of the first breakaways sessions, will be discussed in more detail tomorrow. So that's good. As we're running, as it is tradition, slightly out of time, I would like to move now to the last session, and that is shifting. The arrival, like between non-arrival and arrival in new countries. So, Hürriye, would you like to start with your presentation and introduce yourself briefly as well? So,
Merhaba. Hello, my name is Hürriye. I'm a clinical psychologist at the TRC. For 5 years, I've been working there. And during this time, when we started offering psychosocial support in the first place, what has changed? I'd like to tell you a little bit about it. I've sent you a presentation. Will you start it or should I?
we will start it here, I think. Just 1 second. You can, start with your presentation. We'll be ready in a bit, but just go ahead. There we go.
Next slide, please. Well, in fact, Syrians, compared to the beginning of the war and now, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. But when we say Syrian, which Syrian are we talking about? Is it a survivor of war? Or is it that they have gone through illegal migration routes, or they've been tortured, or they have been deported, or they have the fear of deportation, or they've been a victim of human trafficking, or are they a victim to something else, or have they lost family members? So it depends. I mean, not only are they Syrians, but they are human beings with a specific trauma. Next slide, please. But main reasons of application is not being able to sleep, or being able to fall asleep late and wake up late, or having nightmares, bad dreams, having trouble going out alone, sometimes moving together with the whole family, or feeling the urgency to move together all the time, fearing, having anxieties about many things, anger control related problems, and suicide attempts. These are some of the reasons for application. Since the very beginning, this is what we have been seeing, but only recently are we seeing more trauma-focused applications, like I was abused in the past, or I was tortured in the past, and this is why I'd like to get psychosocial support, sort of, conscious efforts, especially after the pandemic, we've been seeing this, but more or less the reasons of application have been like this. Next slide, please. Well, you've skipped one too much. That's okay. Anyway. Okay, as a psychopathology, from a diagnostic perspective, we see a lot of symptoms of depression, PTSD, and anxiety. These are the symptoms that we see, that we have been seeing from the beginning until now, and these have not changed that much. Only PTSD, after the pandemic, has been aggravated. We're seeing it more and more. I mean, they've had everything on track, but then with the pandemic, the old triggers are back, like about the war or about the trauma. Some reminders hit back, and then PTSD symptoms emerge again. Next slide, please. Now, how has it changed over the years? The applications based on the traumas. For example, those who are survivors of war, in the first years of migration, they had more or less trust-related issues, and they were afraid of the triggers. In 2016, we used to work with children at schools who had just migrated, and we made sure we wouldn't be using any balloons in case they would explode, and that would bring back some triggers for the children in case the balloon exploded. Or with adults, for example, every time a plane would fly by, they'd be traumatized once again. But now it's more like in survivors of war, for example, when time passes, panic attacks are the reasons for them to come to us. For example, they feel like they're having a heart attack, they feel like they're dying. So anxiety attacks or panic attacks as such make them come to us. So that is the change in the applications that we receive. And also recently we have been receiving a lot of applications about social phobia, agoraphobia, and also hypochondria, fear of all sorts of diseases. And with other Syrians, in the first period, when they first migrated, they were dubious of everyone and they wanted to be alone, or they didn't want to see anyone, or they didn't come to us at all. I mean, we do not wait all these people to come to us to receive psychosocial services. We also hold some outreach activities to make sure that the people feel they have the need. And the most resistant group for application are the ones who have come through illegal routes of migration and who have been tortured on the way or abused on the way. But over time, for this group, illegal migrants, the ones who have come through illegal routes, they come to receive more and more psychosocial support. So that is the change we're seeing. But of course, we work with depression symptoms or fears with this group of people. Then those who have been victims of human trafficking, these people had newly arrived in Turkey and they had anxieties in terms of trusting others and they didn't want to apply us. But now we do have people who apply who were victims of human trafficking with symptoms of PTSD. Now, people who have lost their family, this has changed, and this is not relevant to the pandemic. People who have lost their families on the migration route or back at home in Syria. Of course, these people first have the urgency to find their families. And when they can't, they feel anger about it. And when time passes, they start feeling something of a grief. And they are part of the psychotherapy process to deal with grief. Now, when they first came to Turkey, they used to, or they apply for financial help. I mean, even if they come to psychotherapy, they're there to convince us for financial support. That was the case in the past. But then in time, they started making applications for their children, psychosocial support for their children. Of course, this is not the same for all people. It depends on the educational status, and many other things. And then the more these services were known in the society, people started noticing their improved well-being. So they have then recommended us to people around themselves, their mother-in-law, sister-in-law, other family members. And sometimes they say to us, well, don't let them know that it was me who said they should come, but you go find them, okay? This happens. After the pandemic, we started receiving more conscious applications. I think this has something to do with the fact that our methods had to change after COVID-19. After the outbreak, we tried to reach the people. I mean, people at the community center knew about us, but after pandemic, we started also making active use of the social media channels. Now, this being the case, we started having access to the people we weren't able to access before. And we started receiving more truthful applications. And then the clinical manifestation also changed. I mean, traumas were triggered more and more. So I think we've been receiving more applications after the pandemic. You know, we have some research, we ask for their needs, and we ask the people how the pandemic has been affecting them. And the migrants say that they haven't been widely affected because they have bigger problems, like they have faced death. And pandemic is just like any disease. It's a small thing next to what they've experienced. It's a drop in the ocean, so to speak. But in fact, this being the case, there is a huge increase in the applications, and we see the triggering of past traumas. Like with the pandemic, the theme of death is there once again. So the people are reminded of the lost ones, of the lost beloved ones, or they have these remembrances of moments when they faced death. Or with children again, the old traumas are being triggered again. So their reactions towards acute trauma were not present when they first arrived, but it seems like these symptoms are now there, as if the incident had happened now. Next slide, please. Now, in psychotherapy, one important theme is surely transference, that the clients pass on their own feelings towards their family members or people around them. For example, they may feel a liking towards the therapist, which resembles the one towards their mother, or an anger that they have for their mother, or a feeling that they have for their father. They may feel that intense emotion towards the therapist in therapy. That's called transference. Now, this was the type of transference that we saw. But at the Turkish Red Crescent, there was a transference that they felt towards the Turkish Red Crescent that they transferred onto us too. This may be gratefulness. Because we are Kızılay, we are not on an even footing with them. So they are thankful, they're grateful, and they have this wish to receive financial support, thinking we are Kızılay. And only after some time, will they feel, for example, a transference for the host country, Turkey? And, let's say they are thankful to Turkey for accepting them, and then they transfer it on to the therapist, like, you're listening to me, thank you so much, I'm grateful to you. Or the same, but in opposite, may also hold true. I mean, if they're angry about Turkey, then they'll feel an anger towards the therapist. They transfer it to the therapist. This is a natural process for therapy. It's not a healthy process, but for example, one of my clients developed COVID last week. And this person was really angry at me for having not convinced them to get a vaccine. I mean, it's not a realistic anger, but this is an example of transference, for example. So, with the Syrians, I'm working with Turkish Red Crescent. These are the examples of transference that we often see.
Thank you, Uriel. Can you slowly come to an end so Barbara can start with her? Do you need another minute maybe, or?
Sure,
Okay,
I have one
you.
more slide.
Perfect.
So this is the transference. Next slide, please. And let's now have a look at the children. When the children come first, they used to have a lot of trouble getting used to the school life because they don't speak the language and they haven't attended school and they've had a trauma. Like if a child hasn't experienced war, they'll be afraid of ghosts, for example. But if they've experienced such a trauma, then their fear will be about facing death. So in terms of the educational system and in terms of psychologists who do child work, we had a lot of problems in that regard. But over time, they learned the language and this problem seems to change now. Okay, I can stop here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, we'll have time for a brief Q&A afterwards. So in case there are questions from the audience, which I'm sure there will be after your really, really interesting presentation, I would like to hand over to Barbara Wolf. Unmute?
Yes.
There we go.
Now, here we are. Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you, Uriel, for your very interesting and very informative input. I will try to add a little bit the situation of refugees in Germany and look at let's say, the individual career during the course of time. But I think it was good. It was very good that you pointed out that there are very different types, different people coming, and we always have to consider this. First of all, to my person, just short, I'm a neurologist, a psychiatrist. I'm a member of the board of FATRA, that is an NGO that's running a counseling center for 24 years. I'm also in the board of BAF, that is the umbrella organization of psychosocial counseling centers of refugee and victims of torture. And a part of this, all these, I'd say, overhead work, I see clients at our counseling center and I write medical legal reports for asylum processes. So I took a little bit a look at what I experienced or what we experienced over those 24 years of our work. So it's not only Syrians I'm talking about. What we found out, the first what we see in people when they come to the exile country, that big relief, they survived the flight, they survived the persecution in the home country, and there's gratefulness, thankfulness that they can stay here. And then there comes this concerns about the ones they left behind, and then slowly comes the realization of that they're in a foreign country, it's a foreign language, confrontation with a different culture, and with all these difficulties, like Sumaya pointed out at the beginning of our meeting today. So they have, in Germany, they usually have a roof over their head, they have something to eat, but they have difficulties to get permission to work, and the living conditions are getting poorer, I'd say, because there's a new law in Germany that they can be kept 18 months in the immigration camp or the exception camp. And a part of this, they realized that the traumatic experience they had, maybe they don't call it a traumatic experience because they don't know what trauma is, but they experience that they are still haunted by their memories and their intrusions, like Hurriya just pointed out. And by this time, they already had a first interview at the immigration officer, and after some months, or sometimes it takes a little bit longer, now a bit quicker now in Germany, they get the first decision. For Syrians, the most of them don't get a proper asylum, but 3 years per stay permission. This causes new problems because they can't get their families to Germany, or are not that easy, very, very difficult. And for others, they are from other home countries of origin, they are often not accepted, like till some weeks ago, Afghanistan, for example. So the Syrians hear that deportation is possible in Germany. It's not that once you get here, you are safe. And there are even some politicians who talk about deporting Syrians right now. So the problem of insafety creeps into the life, I'd say. I would, and there's always underlying the intrusions and memories of what they had experienced. And then the asylum difficulties start, and the difficulties with coping with a new country and the new culture and getting the permit to work, which is very crucial, especially for the men or for the fathers, for the head of the families, to be able to get in the living, to earn the living of the family, and not be relying on the being dependent on the on the welfare. And this is the time when they usually come to our counseling center, and with a whole bunch of problems. So it's not only the mental health problems, but most of the times, the first thing they say, I cannot sleep anymore, or I'm getting angry very easily, but I don't want to, or things like that. But they also have problems in their asylum process. They have problems with the job. They have problems with the poor living conditions. They have problems among each other, and all this bunch, that's what we have to deal with. And yes, we try to give support, we try to give help. The actual trauma-related problems are always underlying. Sometimes we can speak about that, sometimes we have to speak about it with the clients because they have to be able to speak at the court or at the immigration office about what happened to them, and they're not really able, and so we have to explain them what happens there and how they can speak about it, or we have to find a method that we can report it and give it to the judge. And slowly, with all the struggle over, sometimes it takes years, and then they get a permanent permit for staying, a residence permit, and they find a work, and they find a proper living, the house where they can live in, or a flat where they can live in and get out of the big camps. And the children go to school, and sometimes they get a little access to the German society and find friends and all this. And then they leave our counseling, maybe also before, but then at least then they leave. And we experience quite often that years later, they call us and come back and said, well, everything now, my life is rather okay. It's not as good as it had been in the former country, but I'm proud that I managed all that. But I still have these problems, that the nightmares are still there. I'm still haunted by the memories, and I still feel guilty because I've survived and my family has not, and things like that. And they tell us they experienced that talking about these problems helped. And now that is the point when a real trauma-focused therapy can start. And what I wanted to point out is that a trauma therapy is just a part of support that is needed in a holistic approach with all the bunch of problems we have to look at is necessary. And this trauma-related therapy is often only possible after a long time of rebuilding a new life, and especially people have to be in a secure situation that they're sure that they don't have to confront the situation in the country of origin again. So, but I hope I kept my time.
Barbara, thank you so much. Maybe let me start with one or two questions from the Q&A. So we are, I think, if we do 10 minutes Q&A, we'll still end on time. So my first one would be to both of you. How do you unpack these big packages of multiple problems? How do you manage to take it by step by step with your clients, basically?
Kaynakları var. Aslında insanlar çok güçlüler. O kaynakları bulmak ve o kaynakların el verdiği ölçüde onların durumlarına uygun bir sırayla gitmek iyi olabilir. En çok güçlendirmeyle başlıyorum ben.
Barbara, can you add something to that?
Is there a translation or not? I didn't understand what Uri said. Okay.
Sorry, I was muted by the host.
Okay. Shall we?
Okay, can you step in then with a quick, concise translation?
Well, no, Huri has to repeat it. I'm going to say it to her. Please do not unmute me.
I've heard that you can unmute yourself as well as a co-host, but Hurriya, can you repeat maybe the 3-4 most important aspects so we can all hear the translation of them?
Although in people's lives, they encounter very difficult conditions. People are still strong. They have the resources. Each and every person is very strong. They have a strength in themselves. So I first identified that source. I first empower them, and then based on that, I try to take the channel through which they can make the easiest step into. Well, it's important to collaborate with other programs, but it's risky. It could have a negative impact on this. So when I make use of financial means, I should make sure that this does not have an impact on the therapy. So I pay attention to it.
Thanks. Barbara, would you like
yes,
to?
Yes, I agree with Huri. The strongest people come. The already depressive, I think most of them stay at home. They're not able to go on and leave their country and their situation at home. So we find very strong people among the refugees. And what we do is, with all this big bunch of different problems, we try to find out which is the most urgent problem and which is the second. And we have a good network for different help. What we offer is a psychosocial counseling with a therapeutic background. We don't offer financial help. We for the legal support, we have lawyers and we have legal counseling centers and that we work with. And so we tried for severe mental disorders. We have psychiatrists that we work with who can do medical treatment if it is necessary. So we try. We do the sort of psychosocial counseling and clearing what is first and what is second, always with the background that we consider what happened to these people and what is their problem. Sometimes we have to explain to the lawyer that this person acts in this way because he or she is traumatized, and this is necessary. And so we are sort of sometimes in between counselor and case manager. But for example, we don't give financial support, like you said. This is it's not our thing. So we send them to others, but we try to help to find the right place where they can ask for this special help. The network is very crucial.
Thank you. I heard Inga Mattes, do you have a question? Inga Mattes from German Red Cross.
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much for these precious insights. I wonder if you have supervision at your centers, or do you, because you hear so many tragic stories and difficult situations. So how do you deal with this, you and your colleagues?
You can start. Huri says to you, you can start, Barbara.
No, Huri is that. Yep.
Yes, we have supervision. We first had peer supervision. Now we have regular professional supervision. This is very beneficial for all of us. And with respect to our own living areas, it's possible to protect ourselves. I travel while I do some sculpture. I'm in contact with animals, so these help to protect me. I try to make sure that I have warm relationships with the ones that I love. These are protective for me. But of course, I have started to become a bit or feel a bit hopeless about the world because we work with the worst parts of the world, things that should not happen, the worst things that a war introduces into our lives. So this makes us a bit hopeless about the future of the world.
Yes, I agree with that totally. And in our center, we have, of course, we have supervision, professional supervision, and I'd like to point out that it is in the guidelines of the BAF, of the umbrella organization, that all psychosocial counseling centers have to have supervision for this work because it's just crucial. You just have to have it.
Well, any more questions? Well, I don't see any more. So then let's conclude the last session of today, of the first day of our conference with this. I'd like to thank all of you for your presentations, questions, inputs, and we'll likely have another day where we try to unpack more of the questions raised, and especially the breakout sessions tomorrow, especially are targeting quite a lot of the questions that we tackled today. Well, then. Today, we looked mostly on the mental effects of the situation of Syrian refugees abroad. Common diagnosis, crucial aspects of the therapeutic setting. We learned about the community centers in Turkey and this kind of precious space between arrival and non-arrival, where many things can be influenced in a positive way as well. Tomorrow we will look at the social environment to provide for good mental health, and kind of shift the focus a little bit. That's it for now. I would like to thank the German Red Cross and the Turkish Red Crescent, of course, for facilitating this. And I'm really looking forward to see you all, hopefully tomorrow morning, again, with the second part. Bye.